because all the demon rats have is fear and lies. They will lie with a straight face. They will all stay in step and lie together. They won't get out of line. So all they have with the Social Security is to keep lying and put that out there because they just got nothing else. They know they're stupid with their policies, so they thrive on fear and lies. And the uninformed, the low uninformed, whatever, they're going to suck it up. They're going to believe it. They're just and people are scared. Some people do need their Social Security check, and they can't miss a check. So that fear is going to have them doing things. And plus, the elderly are supposedly high number of voters. So I think Elon should offer $1 million to anybody who can prove that they are caring for someone who's 120, 130, 140, 200 years old. If they can come forward and say, I'm taking care of this person is living, they get $1 million. Then Trump can come out and say that all the things that they're doing for this to save Social Security is actually saving Social Security. He should put out the proof. And I know there's a ton of YouTube and videos and whatever else out there of the demon rats saying the totally opposite, because you've already played stuff of Pelosi and Schumer saying different things. The same
well, Lucy, I think it's a great idea to offer $1 million to anybody that can prove Donald Trump wants to cut Social Security, and also $1 million to anybody caring for a senior over 125 years old. 888-971-SAGE. Do not leave town. Love you, Lucy.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
Increasing pressure to comply with a court order. I'm Sue Guzman, Fox News. President Trump has faced criticism from Democrats over the deportation of illegal immigrant MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the one who was sent to a mega prison in his home country of El Salvador. Fox's Anita Vogel reports.
The Trump administration is pushing back on that harsh criticism, like this hypothetical example from Democratic Congressman Richie Torres of the administration's deportation efforts, saying if this alleged gang member, illegal immigrant, could be shipped back to a prison in El Salvador, then so could you. But White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt insists they are staying the course. And while this continues to play out in the courts, we're also seeing it play out in front of the cameras. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen will head to El Salvador Wednesday to push for Abrego Garcia's release.
On Tuesday, a federal judge also ordered officials from the Trump administration to give sworn testimony to determine if they're following court orders to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. The MS Salvador national has been widely referred to as a Maryland man in the media, but Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller had a problem with that.
He is not a Maryland man. He is not a Maryland anything. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador with a deportation order from the United States.
Attorney General Pam Bondi telling the press that Kilmar Abrego Garcia returned to the U.S. He'll be up to El Salvador. And New York Attorney General Letitia James hit with a federal criminal referral for alleged mortgage fraud. That's according to documents obtained by Fox's The Ingram Angle. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director William Pulte sending the letter to the Justice Department accusing James of falsifying records to get home loans for a property in Virginia that she claimed was her principal residence in 2023. It occurred weeks before she began her civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. America's listening to Fox News.
from around the world.
Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
To Washington.
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. It's the Fox News Rundown. We give every story the deeper look it deserves with must-listen interviews and smart analysis from the voices you can trust. Start your day with the Fox News Rundown. Listen and follow now at foxnewsrundown.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
President Trump says it is up to China to make a deal to lower tariffs. Fox's Jared Halpern reports.
Sharing a statement from President Trump, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says as far as trade talks go, the ball is in China's court.
China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them.
Leavitt says the president remains open to a deal with Beijing, but not at the expense of American workers.
And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money.
Fewer U.S.-grown crops are shipping to China amid the trade war. Leavitt says the administration is considering relief for American farmers. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The suspect in the second assassination attempt against President Trump during last year's campaign in September was back in a federal courtroom in Florida.
Ryan Wesley Ruth and his lawyers were back in federal court in Fort Pierce, Florida. Ruth is accused of hiding in the shrubs at the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, intending to shoot and kill President Trump, then a candidate, as he golfed last September. The defense is now claiming that the FBI forensics on the firearm recovered from Ruth didn't test the gun's range of fire, meaning the federal prosecutors can't prove intent to kill. The defense will get a chance to examine the firearm and other evidence next week. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Police say they now have a suspect in custody in Dallas following a school shooting Tuesday. The 17-year-old not identified. Fire rescue said at least 4 students from Wilmer Hutchins School suffered non-life-threatening injuries. And two top Pentagon officials have been placed on leave. Dan Caldwell, a key advisor to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Darren Selnick, the Pentagon's deputy chief of staff, both escorted out of the Pentagon Tuesday after they were implicated in a leak investigation. I'm Sue Guzman. This is Fox News.
It's Uncle Sam, and he wants some of your retirement money. Like it or not, you're going to owe taxes on your 401k. The good news is you may be able to reduce your tax bill with some strategic planning. Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions are here to help. You'll work together to craft a plan that's designed to help make sure you don't pay a penny more than you should. Taxes are historically low right now, and we all know they probably won't remain this low forever, so call Scott Tucker and the Scott Tucker Solutions team before this tax-saving opportunity is gone. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. It's time to preserve the retirement you deserve without giving more than necessary to your favorite uncle. Call Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions now to schedule your 401k tax review. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm does not give tax advice.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. They have a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores didn't come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. Now there is no middleman, so you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dreams and Percale bed sheets. Giza Dream Queen Size, normally $139.98. Your wholesale price, $69.99. King Size, only $79.99. Percale Queen Size, normally $89.98. Your wholesale price, $29.98. King size, only $34.98. So go to mypillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201. Free shipping options available. This allotment won't last long. When they're gone, they're gone. So remember, go to mypillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
An informed and educated citizenry is the only guarantee to preserve our constitutional republic. And each week, you'll hear from experts, not pundits, and find out what's really happening, from local issues to national politics. Listen to The Real Story with Jeannie Ives. There's no topic of public policy concern that she won't talk about. Stop the lies. Learn the truth. Join the conversation. Sunday night at 7, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Liberty Cigar Company.
It's April 16th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Librarian Day. We celebrate the keepers of the books. They don't just shelve and reshelve. Librarians play a larger role, not always seen, like teaching literacy classes and hosting child story times. And please, mind the due date. Also on this date, in 1972, First Lady Patricia Nixon was at dinner with President Nixon in Beijing, where she told the Chinese premier that she liked pandas. A few months later, the Chinese premier sent the U.S. 2 giant pandas, Ling Ling and Xing Xing. They lived at the Smithsonian's National Zoo. The Rolling Stones released their self-titled debut album in the UK in 1964. I wanna tell you how it's gonna be. It was at the top of the charts there for 3 months, and Harriet Quimby became the first woman to fly across the English Channel in 1912. I'm CJ Papa, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
If you're getting divorced, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Marcy, 38, homemaker, no income, with 3 kids under 10, recently filed for divorce. Marcy's soon-to-be ex needed the equity out of their marital home to purchase a new home, so Marcy called Team Hochberg after being told by other lenders she couldn't refinance until the divorce was final. Wrong. I helped Marcy refinance with her parents co-signing because she didn't have a job and wasn't receiving child or spousal support. Let's review. Marcy needed to refinance her soon-to-be ex off the mortgage and give him half the home's equity to buy a home, and was told it couldn't be done. And I helped Marcy refinance. If you're getting divorced and want mortgage advice from a lender who can empathize with your situation, give us a call now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Hey, John. Need any help over there?
Oh, hey, Chris. Oh, I'm good. Just digging some new flower beds and planting a couple shrubs.
You sure you should be doing that? You know, with your high blood pressure and all?
It's all good. I got my blood pressure under control now.
Really? New medication?
No, a superfood juice that is absolutely delicious.
A juice?
Yeah, it's 120 Life. It has 6 natural ingredients that have shown to control blood pressure.
Wow, in a juice?
Yep. So controlling my blood pressure tastes great and I feel great.
I wonder if 120 Life could fix my procrastination getting yard work done.
Not sure about that, but it sure helped me.
Certainly has. You and your yard look great.
Try 120 Life risk-free and get a 2-week trial pack. Order the 8-ounce drink or powdered mix. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout to save 15% and get free shipping.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus.
What makes Hassellus mattress different?
Aside from employee-free showrooms, free next-day delivery, and prices that are way too low?
Yeah, besides that.
Hassellus Mattress is locally owned and managed by the same family.
So,
your money stays right here. And through Monday, you'll get a $248 credit towards a new Beautyrest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper just for shopping local.
Thanks.
For what?
For being different.
Find an employee-free Chicagoland showroom near you at Hassellus.com.
Are you tired of exposing your retirement to stock market risk? How would you like the potential to participate in credited interest from market index returns and limit the downside? Join Mark Kohler for the Retirement and Income Radio Show, Sunday afternoons at 3. You can also call Mark now for your complimentary customized Retirement and Income Kit and Retirement and Income Book at 844-619-SAFE. Get the information you need now. That's 844-619-7233.
The fight against abortion in Illinois has never been more important than it is right now. Thanks to our elected officials, Illinois has become an abortion tourism destination. The number of abortions in our state continues to grow, despite the fact that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion clinics almost 3-to-1. Now, thanks to a new effort by Caring Network, it's possible to reach abortion-minded women to provide peace of mind and security to help them choose life. This new Reach Her First initiative seeks to provide women with the assurance and information they need before they choose an abortion. But Caring Network needs your help to reach women who are considering abortion. For a one-time gift of just $150, you can help reach 5 women and help them choose life. That's all it takes to prevent an abortion. To make that gift, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
Mike Huckabee here for Vinia. Vinia is the remarkable red grape circulation superfood shown in the clinical trial to increase the dilation of arteries for better blood flow. Better blood flow gives me the physical energy I want. Better blood flow means more oxygen can go to my brain to give me the mental alertness that I need to be at the top of my game. I've taken Vinia every day for over 3 years. It's been a life changer. Each Vinia capsule has the same amount of piceid resveratrol found in 1,000 grapes or a full bottle of wine, but without the sugar, calories, or alcohol. If you want all-day energy, better mental alertness, start your day with Vinia. Go online to get your first month free.
Go to Vinia.com to learn how to get your first month free. Enter discount code HUCKFREE at checkout. Visit VINIA.com. Use discount code HUCKFREE to save. Plus, we'll include free shipping and a 90-day risk-free guarantee. Go to Vinia.com right now.
You've worked hard and accumulated wealth, but you know the pitfalls involved in passing significant assets to your heirs. The team at Spahn Financial will help you feel secure with personalized financial planning to achieve your legacy goals. They anticipate and manage all your wealth planning needs and focus on the full financial picture, including tax efficiency, income distribution throughout retirement, philanthropic giving, estate planning, and more. They even help you prepare the next generation to be good stewards. Kevin Spahn is a 2025 Barron's Top 1200 1200 Financial Advisor. And Spahn Financial is a Forbes Best in State Wealth Management team. Visit SpahnFinancial.com to schedule a consultation and to view disclosures. That's SPAHN Financial.com. Barron's Top 1200 Financial Advisors list, March 2025. Data as of 9/30/2024. Forbes Best in State Wealth Management team, January 2025. Data as of 3/31/24. No compensation provided for ratings. Marketing fees apply to promote ratings. Rankings and recognitions are no guarantee of future investment success.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against and. So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha, making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Now, your official weather forecast.
A mix of sunshine and some clouds today. High 53. Clear and cold tonight, low 40. Clouds and breezy. Afternoon shower tomorrow, the high 64. Clouds and sun. Afternoon thunderstorm for Friday. High Friday at 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Amy Jacobson, John Anthony.
Hey.
Who freshly turned 49 years old.
Yes.
With us. So, what'd you do for your birthday, by the way?
I went bowling with the girls.
Is that what you wanted to do or what
not
they
really,
wanted
but,
to do?
they love bowling.
Aw.
We haven't been in a while. So, went to breakfast and bowling.
Okay.
Deb set it all up. And
Aw.
yeah, we just then chilled. And then I went to chill with my buddy to watch the Cubs game.
Wow, you had to think about that.
Yeah.
The Cubs game.
Yeah, and they beat the Dodgers.
Oh.
So my Cubs are looking great.
Do you remember the score?
No, I don't.
I know. Are you coming to any Cubs games this year?
Yes.
So you want to park in my garage?
Oh, you know it.
Okay, so when you see my garage, by the way.
I forgot.
Level 10 coatings came one day. It took one day to do it. And it's a new place. Guess what I did this weekend? I was washing my garage floor on my hands and knees.
Is it epoxy?
With rags. Well, because I had went to Iowa and we had an event for Mother's Day weekend for the Phi Psi fraternity at a farm. It was a winery / farm. So I got mud all over my tires and the flaps. And so I cleaned.
You a country bumpkin now?
I cleaned my garage floor.
Yeah.
Because I love my garage so much. I have a ping pong table there, and I'm going to be painting
So where
it
am I
this
parked?
summer. Well, your tires better be clean, or you ain't coming in my garage, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay? Because it's the Taj Mahal of garage.
Okay. I'll be sure.
Even
to
my
get a car
neighbor
wash.
walked by. She's like, hey, can I? I'm like, I have to charge you to look at my garage floor. But the level 10 coatings guys, they were great.
Now, is it the epoxy looking, or is it like that marble look?
Oh, yeah.
It is.
I got the Denali.
Oh.
There's the
Top of the
Wombat. Well, there's different ones you can choose, different shades of gray, so to speak.
It went down my.
A case of the Kickles.
Did you have a gummy this morning?
No, I don't do gummies. I can't. I tried a half of one once, and I'm like, I'm never doing that again. I can't. I don't smoke pot. I don't do it.
No, the coffee went, up and down through the nose.
Oh yes, okay. But anyway, so yes, you'll see when you come to a Cubs game.
Okay.
But so, did you watch the news yesterday? Or The View.
Yeah.
I mean, we will talk about Biden because that was just, an hour late.
Somebody woke him up from his nap.
Oh, that's not helping the Democratic Party at all. But we're going to talk about that at 5:30. But Whoopi Goldberg. All right, The View. Yeah. Do you ever watch The View?
Yeah, I watch clips of The View. I cannot stomach The View.
Okay. Well, what happened to Whoopi? Are you ready?
Yeah.
She agrees with Trump on one of his fiercest ideas. Department of Education and dismantling it.
What we have to always do, regardless of who you voted for, you still got to pay your rent, you still got to take care of your kids, you still got to take care of your business. And maybe some of what's happening, like, they're trying to take apart the Department of Education.
Yes.
Maybe that is a good thing, because maybe it will force us to make sure that our kids actually get what they need. Maybe it'll force us to go to our state and say, listen, I want to make sure, since you're taking all this money from my taxes, I want to make sure that my kids get exactly what they need. I don't have to wait for the government to do it. We can do it. This is now in our hands. This is in our hands, and it's going to be tough, and nobody wants to do it because it's a bitch. Ooh. But you know what?
Okay.
If it comes down to your survival, this is what you got to
look on the faces of the panel.
Yeah.
Of her fellow lefty liberal ladies. They were shocked.
Yeah, they were. I actually watched the clip because I should have probably sent you my audio.
That's all right.
But I mean, they were like. But Whoopi's right. Amy, we talked to the guy about education yesterday.
Right.
And I'm telling you, look at what happened with the homeschool bill here in Illinois. You touch education. I think COVID has completely changed the psyche of parents as it relates to their kids and education. And then that's why I'm
because we got to be
it.
in the classroom with our kids.
Yes.
Yes. And I was mortified.
Yeah. Oh.
But then there's but my sons were in the IB program, so
the what?
IB.
What's that?
International Baccalaureate.
Oh, just fancy. Fancy for what?
It means they're smart kids. That's why they teach kids in Europe.
Okay.
But it's group thing. You work on projects together. And
nice.
It is hard, but I'm telling you, being in the IB program at Allman Brothers High School, I won't say the name because I'm still
sounds like the
salty.
Doobie Brothers.
Real college credit, real money.
Yeah.
That goes toward,
Oh,
so
really?
we got some college credits, and it's similar to an AP course, but a little bit harder. So I, got a front row seat to that. But I understand why parents are upset, and a lot of Americans think that the Department of Education educates kids.
Yeah.
They don't. They just distribute funds. That's all they do.
That's it. That's all they do. Nothing else.
And how much have they worked? $77 trillion since Jimmy Carter started the Department of Education.
Was it 77 trillion?
Or 70 trillion, sorry.
I know it was a lot of money. And
I'm saying not every year, but since the inception of the program.
80, yeah. And what have they been? Listen, local control is best as it relates to education.
Yeah. Well, what is the latest on that? Isn't it stalled?
What's that?
The homeschooling bill?
Yeah, it's been stalled.
All right.
I believe in an amendment.
Since you're a former state rep, what does stalled mean? Tell us what that
she's looking for the votes.
Okay.
She's basically...
She as in...
Tara Costa Howard, representative. I guarantee you those who have come to her and said, yeah, I'm not voting for this. I got too many people showing up to my office, too many calls, too many emails.
Well, how many people signed in slips? Wasn't it 47,000?
Yeah, 47,000.
Last I thought it was 49,000.
Yeah.
And that's a lot, right?
It's
I mean,
a lot.
I don't know. I don't keep my
That's a lot.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What's the average? And what are they called? Slips or
witness slips.
Witness slips.
I mean, it depends on the subject. Guns, education, anything dealing with kids, gay marriage and stuff like that. Those are normally the drivers of bringing people out. The divisive issues. They bring a lot of people out but to be perfectly honest with you, they don't really care about those slips. You know what they care about?
What?
People in their district who vote for them coming to their office, and especially if you drive to Springfield and you represent these people, they care about those people. All those people who call in their office, because guess what? They're looking to see if this is a constituent. Once you call that office and you're not a constituent, thank you for your call. Appreciate it. I'll take it under consideration.
Do they ask you where you live when you call state reps?
They take your name.
They take your name?
Yeah. And they're able to, there's ways to find out who these people are.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Our text line's also up and running. Let's go to Craig in Mount Greenwood. Good morning. You are on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, John.
Morning.
Guys, hey, really got a good subject here because, and also one that I'm real familiar with. My kids, I sent them to private schools and at their Christian schools and that, and got friends and everything. Sent their kids went to public school and that. It was very difficult to do it cost-wise and that. And but what I want to tell your listeners and everything, if they have young kids, everything, they're trying to make that decision. What a benefit and like an investment that pays back so well. The kids are totally different. They're like they're smart, good jobs, their outlook on life, everything's different. And because I got friends that they went to their parents that homeschooled them too. So the homeschool kids, the kids that went to the private to better schools and that, the kids come out different. And mainly, like, I mean, just the bottom line, smarter, well-adjusted and everything. So it's worth the investment. It's worth the extra. I worked extra jobs to do it and everything. But this going to this public school system, that does nothing good for the kids and that. So I just want people to realize it's worth it because later on it'll pay off. My kids are all grown and all working, all have good jobs, all married, all, I got 10 grandkids. I mean, it's like, wow. Yeah.
Where do your grandkids go to school? Are they to private, public? Are they homeschooled?
Hey, thanks for asking, Amy. Yeah, there's a little homeschool, kind of like a little network that my daughter has her kids in. My son, he basically sends his to a private Christian school, and that. So yeah, they realize the difference, and they've done the same thing that I did in that. And wow, those little kids, the little grandkids, they're sharp as it. They're smart, and there's just a real blessing with basically having the kids with good education versus what the devil wants to do with the kids and get prick skirt, everything like that. And these people are real evil, and it's all politics and evil things. And the kids, they're like sponges. When they're grown up and they're supposed to be learning things. Right. They get so much bad. They get so many things that are wrong and bad into their head when they're little with the public school system. I want people to realize just how important of a subject it is. When you have kids, that investment is almost like where you end up down the road where you invested some money.
Right. Well, you have one chance to get it right. That's what I always say. All right, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. That's what Stacey Davis Geese said to me. You're the volleyball coach for now.
Oh, wait a minute. That sounds
Girlfriend
like a
got
threat.
on my face. Yeah.
Sounds like a threat
Well,
to
that's
me.
what they do. They're a bunch of bullies.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Biden breaks his silence following all those explosive tell-all books describing his messy mental decline. We'll start there. But first, let's head into the newsroom. And our good friend, what's his name?
Our good friend.
Justin, help a sister out. John Cruz is here once again. Hi, John.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in for Nikki Whaley in the Rapid Radio's newsroom. A 17-year-old boy recovering said to be in fair condition after a shooting near Calumet's High School after classes let out yesterday. Chicago PD still piecing together the evidence, but they say a fight between two boys at a park across the street led to one firing multiple rounds, hitting that 17-year-old. On top of that, a van pulled alongside the teens and also fired rounds. CPD has yet to indicate if a suspect is in custody. 4 students in the Dallas area recovering after a suspect opened fire, sending hundreds running for safety. Now, this happened outside Wilmer Hutchins High School in the Dallas area around lunchtime Tuesday. They're still looking for that shooter. Firefighters looking into several garage fires in the Lincoln Park area. About 6 fires have been set off, some involving cars and garages. No injuries reported in any of those fires, and all were caught in time to prevent major damage. This report sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com. You'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio, get an extra 5% off. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Spring is in the air, and that means it's time to check the starting lineup. Leading off for AM 560 every morning at 5, it's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson, followed at 9 by Mike Gallagher. Moving up in the lineup, it's Charlie Kirk, now heard at 11. Then at 2, it's 2 full hours of Hugh Hewitt, followed by Sean Thompson at 4, Seculo at 7, and rounding out the lineup, Larry Elder at 8. Top to bottom, the best lineup in Chicago radio is right here on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're hiding your smile because of missing teeth, are experiencing pain due to incoming wisdom teeth or a misaligned jaw, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers can change your life. Experts in the fields of oral and maxillofacial surgery, anesthesia, and dental implantology, the doctors at Midland Oral Surgery are committed to providing compassionate care in a calm and relaxing environment. Dental implants, bone grafting, removing wisdom teeth, surgical management of the hard and soft tissues of the facial region, including sedation dentistry, so you can improve your smile in a painless, pleasant, and stress-free manner. With state-of-the-art CT imaging equipment, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers have unparalleled diagnostic and treatment capabilities, proudly serving Southwest Chicago and its suburbs for over 50 years. Make an appointment to discuss a pain-free solution for your smile. Locations in Frankfort, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, and Western Springs. Learn more about the doctors and procedures at midlandoms.com. That's midlandoms.com.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the Retirement Tax Bill Calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Do you enjoy researching sofas before you buy?
No way. I just want the best sofa, period.
Sounds like you want the SB261 sofa from Penny Mustard.
It's our #1 bestseller.
Fine.
If the SB261 sofa was in high school, it would be voted homecoming queen and king.
I'm sold.
5 stars, A+, and everyone's thumbs are up.
Stop talking and take my money.
The SB261 sofa, starting at $29.30 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
We've got slow traffic building on the Stevenson northbound between Ashland Avenue and Dan Ryan Expressway. A structure fire on the west side. This is at Lake Street east of I-294 west of Laverne Avenue. Several firefighters are in defense operations. No injuries reported there. Overnight road construction still causing issues on I-55 southbound between Route 59 and I-80. About a 5-minute backup there. An accident in Bensonville slowing down traffic on Route 83 southbound between Irving Park Road and Sherwood Drive. That's about a 30-minute delay. Multiple garage fires on the north side, Lincoln Park area, Armitage Avenue, both east and westbounds. And again, picking up cones from several construction zones between 127th Street, 131st Street, and 175th Street. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now checking on your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, a mix of clouds and sunshine. A high today, 53. Clear, cold night tonight, low 40. And then clouds and breezy tomorrow. Afternoon shower and a high 64. Clouds and sun, afternoon thunderstorm on Friday. High Friday, 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Did you watch it? Did you see it? 312-642-5600. The return of Biden. And it got off to a rocky start. He was here in Chicago. He was supposed to speak at 4:45. Guess what time he arrived, John Anthony? What time was that? You got to turn on your microphone.
Oh, sorry. What time was that?
Oh, thank you. Guess what time?
4:45. Probably an hour or 2 hour late.
He was about an hour late.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Got off to a rocky start. Here it is. You speak after the music goes down?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's talking?
We deserve help and paid for most of it.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on that very same line.
Amy, he was our president.
Oh,
for
yeah.
4 years. Well, he was the installed guy who was acting as president. How about that?
Exactly. And, this is a reminder. This is why we voted for President Trump. He was there to be, to discuss Social Security. But I don't know. He started yelling like he does.
Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation's about. It's about dignity. Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live out. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity. Who in the hell do they think they are? Every 5 years and then wait around and be... no.
Oh, I forgot what he was going.
I will not go further or get in trouble.
So this is the first time he has spoken publicly since leaving the White House. And I don't think anyone in the Democratic Party wanted him out there.
I would agree.
Because it reminded me of the first 10 minutes of that debate with Trump, and I will never unsee that.
Yeah.
And I
agree.
will never forget. This is elder abuse.
It is.
And he was babbling. I mean, what is this?
Our bed headboard was near my dad's and mom's room.
I know one wants to hear
And
about
you could
the
tell when
bedroom.
Dad was restless. I remember asking one night my mom, "What's the matter with Dad?" The next morning, she just found out that we're not going to provide insurance anymore where he works.
Okay. Could I have a translation, please,
I have
John?
no idea.
He was opining about headboards in his parents' bedroom.
What it sounds like, what he's trying to say,
Yes.
what his dad was a little down because the dad found out that he was no longer going to be receiving insurance through the company he works for.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I
So-
speak Bidenese.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
I know
you
how to
very
interpret
much.
Biden.
And I want to know what you think because
Okay.
he didn't say he talked again about colored people. He used that term again.
Oh, he's
One of his, Fabulous Joe stories, how he's down with the struggle. You remember
Oh, I do. Corn Pop.
You remember Corn Pop?
I was waiting for Corn Pop. I thought Corn Pop was going to come out on stage. I thought he was going to finally introduce Corn Pop.
And maybe Corn Pop could play with the blonde hair on his legs. Remember that
Yes,
Fabulous Joe
yes.
story? Like,
At the swimming pool?
Black people, colored people, they really liked me. They would, when I was a lifeguard and when I was on break, they'd play with the blonde hair on my legs.
Were they even invited to the pool? Oh.
You know what?
Nobody talked about that. I did. Yeah,
Please
I'm just
explain.
saying.
What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, wasn't
what year
it?
was that?
I mean, Joe Biden was 99 years old, so were black people allowed at the pool that he said he so-called was the lifeguard at?
Or were there
Because
different
of Jim
sections
Crow
of the
and
swim?
right. And would they have a white lifeguard? I don't know. Just questions.
I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in the 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by.
I mean, but normally, presidents wait a long period of time and then they reflect on their job and come forward.
Yeah.
But he's just trying to save himself.
Yes.
Trying to save his brand, his
legacy.
reputation. Well, because they've had a string of books come out that were explosive tell-all books describing his messy mental decline. And of course, he didn't talk about that at all. But you could see, once again, the mental decline.
Yeah.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. This does not help the Democratic Party.
No.
This does not help them establish a new leader. This reminds us once again of why we did not vote for him or for Harris. But you know who thought he did a wonderful job?
Don't tell me.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Governor Pritzker
Oh,
inserted himself after Biden's speech.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's someone who has great empathy. And I think in his post-presidency, what a perfect thing for him to be doing, honestly, to be meeting with people with disabilities, organizations that stand up for them.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, good for him.
Bob in Buffalo Grove, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, good morning, Amy. Good to hear you again, John.
Thank you.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
At least I didn't hear that. I'm a newsaholic, and I punished myself. I found it online and watched the whole thing. You also ought to address the opening remarks. I can't remember who spoke before Biden came out.
Martin O'Malley spoke, too.
Yeah, he attacked Trump. And it was a lot of Biden's usual stuff, mumbling and bumbling and just wondering what the pundits are going to say. I mean, that was the first I heard what Pritzker said, and I'm wondering what all the other Democratic operatives are going to come forward to defend his speech. And then we need to fact check what he said. They poke fun of they didn't mention Doge specifically, but they poked fun at the 300-year-old person that was getting Social Security.
Marty O'Malley said that's not true. That's all fake. There's no 150-year-olds still collecting Social Security. There's no 300-year-olds collecting Social Security.
Yeah.
They're saying that whole line of attack with Elon Musk and Doge is a big lie.
You know, I am at the point where it's like, show the proof. I do want to see.
I do too.
Yeah. Show me where the money has gone out. I do want to see that. You don't just make an accusation, produce the facts. Because I think they did a query and it was able to find out these people existed. So we'll see. I do want to see. Show. If you're going to make that accusation, bring out the facts. Bring out the receipts.
Joe in Hoffman Estates, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Joe.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Amy. It just reinforces the fact that the Democrats, how much they were lying when they said he was sharp, and the legacy media when they were saying he's the sharpest attack, the sharpest they've ever seen him. And then you see this person and you realize he was running the country, and they saw what was going on. And it's just not a good look for any of them, which is great news for us.
Yeah. I would have respected President Biden if he came out and said, you know what? I got played.
Yeah.
My best friends that I've had for 50 years of my life, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they turned on me.
Barack
Obama.
Yeah.
They all turned on me.
I agree. And Susan Rice.
And then Susan Rice too. There's a string of them.
Yeah.
But the one that led the charge, because we had heard Chuck Schumer visited him that Saturday when he decided to drop out of the race and hand it over to Kamala Harris.
Yeah. But Susan Rice, I personally believe, is the one that was running the White House. Okay. Barack Obama installed her in there, and I do personally believe she was the president of the United States.
Well, last week somebody asked Nancy Pelosi about her relationship with Biden. Have they made amends?
I haven't really talked about my comments to Joe Biden. Perhaps I will at some point, but I love him. I respect him. I respect his family and all the rest. But it was at a point where we had to win the election. And I think that's self-evident when we see the results of the election.
Oh.
Boom.
There it is.
But you're not going to win the election with Kamala Harris. And obviously they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't just lose. They got their butts handed to them.
Did you and Dan play that audio clip of Trump's when he said he talked to Biden, he told him everything? And he talked about it was Pelosi and Schumer that basically pushed him out.
Oh, Trump told
he said
Biden
it wasn't.
everything?
He said it wasn't Kamala, but it was Obama, Pelosi that pushed him out. I mean, we don't have audio of Biden saying that, but this is what Trump related
To Biden.
to Biden. I mean, to the world. He was sitting down in an interview.
Yeah,
with
no
Trump.
surprise there.
Yeah.
George in Naperville. Excuse me, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy and John.
Morning.
People like horror. The living dead has always been an attraction.
That is so true. Because you know what, Amy, I love zombie movies.
You do?
I love them with a passion.
Oh, no.
I just rewatched The Walking Dead again. That's how much I love it, because I don't think we'll ever see zombies like that, but I think it's a message.
Are you calling Biden a zombie?
Of course he was a zombie for the last 4 years.
I just can't believe that. I knew, too. I'll never forget one of his first press conferences, and I came back here that next day. I blogged all this audio to put on the show, and Dan said, no, he's fine. And I said, Dan, I've been to press conferences for 22 years, various, whether they're police press conferences or politicians' press conferences or town halls, and he was in mental decline at the beginning of his term.
Yeah. And he didn't do any.
And
press
that is why, right. And also, too, that's why he campaigned from the basement during COVID. But even Politico, they wrote an article, Biden inches back into spotlight amid Trump's tariffs-induced economic chaos. And they were not favorable about him speaking and coming forward to talk about Social Security's and Republicans' attempts to attack it.
Yeah.
But Social Security, Karen Levitt said this yesterday, Trump's spokesperson, Social Security is going nowhere.
Right.
And if anything, they're trying not to have senior citizens pay taxes on their Social Security.
Yes. And
which
nobody's
would
talking
make
about
sense.
that.
I know,
Nobody's talking about
but
that.
Trump needs to get that through.
I agree.
And Trump needs to get through no taxes on tips.
Yeah.
And Trump needs to push through no taxes on overtime.
You know, Biden.
These are things he campaigned on that people voted for him for,
Yeah.
especially in places like Nevada.
Yeah, Biden talked about the number of employees, the slashing of the employees, especially as it relates to the IT. Well, Elon Musk is updating the IT system. That you won't need that many people when you come from the COBOL system that they're operating there, DOS floppy disk system, and if you update it, you don't need that many people to run an IT department. I mean, and they've cut, I believe, 7,000 people from the IT department of the Social Security wing. That needs to be done, Amy.
Right, and a lot of them aren't coming to work anyway.
Correct.
They're staying at home, working in quotes from home. Eduardo in Tampa Bay, formerly of Midway.
He's a traitor.
Oh, yeah.
He left us.
Do you are you happy that you moved out of Illinois, by the way?
Oh, yeah. You know, speaking of that, next month is May. Guess what is that? 2 years of being away from the Windy City. Can you believe it?
Wow,
Yeah.
I can't believe it's been 2
Have you been back to visit?
I went back for the National Restaurant in 2023 because I already had tickets.
Yeah.
That same week I moved, I had to fly back because I didn't want to blow the tickets. So, and it's a great event.
Okay.
Yeah, and he didn't want to come to my boat
I'll
cruise.
definitely go back.
He didn't want to come to my boat cruise last year, too.
I definitely plan on going back. I just got to see the calendar and what events are happening, you know. Because there's other events happening, too, that I love that besides your boat cruise.
All right. We got to get Justin and the newborn
Yeah,
on the boat cruise.
Yeah.
The baby will be old enough by then.
Yeah, September 6th.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quinn and
I
his
was gonna
son
say,
were on it.
Biden would have been better having that in D.C. And we need to hear from Mrs. Harris. What's up with her? She's so quiet.
No, she spoke.
I haven't heard anything other than the possibility of her running for governor over there in California.
Yeah, I saw her speaking
No,
somewhere.
I know, because every time she speaks, it's a blooper.
It is.
I mean, the thing that was to be is.
Yeah.
What we have is here now.
What has become
that?
has become.
Yeah,
duh.
to become duh.
Thanks, man.
Let's go to Roger on the south side.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh,
Roger don't want to talk to us. You see me? I didn't hang up on him.
Did you?
No, my hands were here. My hands were here. I didn't touch it. He hung up on us.
Oh, Frank in Arlington Heights. Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning.
Are you going to give us a history lesson? You can.
Well, no, not today. That'll be next week.
Okay.
But just the comment regarding getting these computer systems being really efficient at the government. Be careful what you wish for. Do we really want an efficient IRS.
Oh.
We really want all these government systems to be efficient. I'm not so sure. I'd almost rather have this whole thing be really clunky, to be honest with you. I don't like
Really? Why?
government.
I'm curious.
I don't like an efficient government. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like you look at, I like efficient companies, but, you know, I want government to take less of my money. I want that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you
Don't
there.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But we shouldn't even have an income tax as far as I'm
I agree.
concerned.
I'm
I
100%
agree,
with
too.
you. And
rid
guess
of the
what?
IRS.
While you're at it, I want the IRS abolished. I want the Federal Reserve abolished. I want the Department of Education abolished. The
I
Department of
want
Energy
to stop
abolished.
funding for PBS.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
NPR.
Yeah.
Which would,
But in the meantime,
Yes.
I'd rather have them be dumb. That's what I'd rather have them be.
okay.
I agree.
Thanks,
Thanks, Frank.
Love Frank. He's
Yeah.
the best. Did you?
He always has a very intelligent point.
Yes. Did you? Because yesterday was tax day.
Yeah.
And?
Yeah.
Are you getting something back? Are you paying?
I had to pay something. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you the amount.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't tell
I
you.
will off camera. Just kidding. No, I'm not
Yeah,
going to ask.
that's
but
fine.
Yeah. All right. Rich in Indian Head Park here on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Rich.
Hi, Amy. Good morning, Amy.
What's
Good
up,
morning, John. I think the most pathetic thing about Biden and what he went through was his wife, Jill. She was very selfish, and she didn't protect him. She knew that he was having problems, but yet she made him go on and try to think that he could do things that he couldn't. I think that's the sad thing about the whole thing.
That's a good point.
His wife, Jill, not protecting him.
Yeah, I agree. Thank
But
you.
she lived the lavish lifestyle.
Yeah.
She didn't want him to not be president.
No.
She was probably most disappointed of anyone.
Can you imagine that conversation between her and Joe Biden and Hunter? Because I'm sure Hunter joined into that conversation.
He's gross.
You heard the
That guy
reports?
should be in jail.
You heard the reports? He was showing up to the meetings, and that's
yeah.
insane.
She did She sat at the head of a table during a cabinet meeting.
Yeah,
once.
neither one of them have clearance. Yeah, it's insane.
Bye, Biden.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Car Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Car Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you looking for a church with vibrant contemporary worship and solid biblical preaching? A place that feels like home and people who genuinely care? Check out Anchor Church Payless this Sunday. Services are at 9 and 11 on site or online at anchorpayless.org. We're currently going through the Gospel of Mark, verse by verse. We offer Christ-centered ministries to kids and teens, and we have groups for men, women, and couples, young and old. And don't miss our special Good Friday event, The Living Last Supper, where we bring the famous Leonardo da Vinci painting to life on stage. The event starts at 7 p.m. on Good Friday. Whether you've been walking with Christ for years or are ready for a fresh start, we look forward to seeing you this weekend at Anchor Church. Find us on Facebook or visit us at anchorpalis.org today.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
We have an excellent show for you today. I'm very excited. Of course, Stephen Moore is here, but the Deputy Chief of Waukegan Police Department is going to be joining us. So basically, you can hide a corpse in your house and put the body in a barrel, and you can be out walking around. We'll discuss that at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. And then that Colorado state rep who's trying to stop the misgendering bill, where if you misgender your child, you could go, your child could be taken away from you. But first, I don't know if you saw this, partner. CNN had a town hall with Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
Anderson Cooper, he's on it. I'm Anderson Cooper. And guess what they did? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Paul, we're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They, them pronouns, actually. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party. But of course...
I'm so
right
glad.
There, that's the reason why Dan Proft is single. Did you hear that?
I'm so glad that hasn't happened to me yet.
It's they, them pronouns.
Yeah. So
I know. I mean, when then Anderson was like, am I going to get my children taken away from me now because I just misgendered somebody?
No, please.
He's got kids.
Who?
Anderson Cooper.
I think you said Dan Proft has kids. I say, when this happened? Wait, you see me perk up? Like, wait a minute.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
And Detroit.
And Detroit's Morning Answer. Kilmer Abrego Garcia, what to do with him, just as Dems turn a man into a woman, they can also turn a deported person into a kidnapper.
Yeah.
We'll explain. Today we're going to have sunshine mixed with clouds, a chilly start to the day, a high of 53 degrees, but wait for it. Tomorrow it'll be breezy, 55 degrees. And for Friday, it's going to be beautiful. We're going to have highs near 80 degrees. It is now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
A senator plans to travel to El Salvador. CJ Papa, Fox News. Now, a hearing in federal court Tuesday about illegal alien Kilmer Abrego Garcia deported to El Salvador. Judge Paula Zinnes didn't slap a contempt order on the Department of Justice, but did inform the attorneys she's investigating whether the DOJ ignored her order to facilitate his return from a prison in El Salvador. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen says he's planning to travel to that nation today.
He's not the only Democrat rallying around Kilmer Abrego Garcia as a federal judge orders the Trump administration to facilitate his return. As many as a dozen House Democrats want to follow, Axios obtaining a letter from Robert Garcia and Max Frost requesting a CODEL to be authorized to travel to El Salvador on the taxpayer dime. In the letter, they write a congressional delegation would allow committee members to conduct a welfare check of Mr. Abrego Garcia, as well as others held at CCOT.
That's Fox's Griff Jenkins reporting this morning. He's back on the stage since leaving the White House, handing off the keys to the Oval Office to President Trump. Fox's Jeff Paul has more on the speech from President Biden in Chicago.
Well, he didn't use his name outright. Biden blamed President Trump and his administration for taking a hatchet to Social Security and the Social Security Administration. The former president called the cuts to 7,000 jobs at the Social Security Administration breathtaking, and he's worried thousands more could be pushed out the door. After his speech, former Maryland governor and former head of Social Security and the Social Security Administration, Martin O'Malley, was asked if Biden should have been harsher on Trump and explicitly mentioned him by name. He says he waited for the appropriate amount of time to criticize a sitting president.
Longtime game show host Wink Martindale passing away.
Fox News Digital confirmed Martindale was surrounded by family, including his wife Sandra, at the time of his death. He had a 74-year career in Hollywood, hosting a number of game shows.
Fox's Monica DeLuca. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Low T Center newsroom. Mainly sunny today. Fire crews battling a massive warehouse fire on the west side near Lake and Laverne this morning. That fire suspending the CTA Green Line in that area. Chicago Fire on the scene. That building said to be empty. Again, major fire still being tackled. An abandoned building, Lake Street, east of 294. That's west of Laverne. New questions for TSA today on how a man boarding a flight at O'Hare with a gun. This happened just after 1 p.m. Tuesday. Had operations delayed about 40 minutes for travelers. Security scans picked up the image, but before TSA and Chicago PD could move in and to confiscate, the man reached in, grabbed the bag, and headed for the gate. He eventually made it on board a United flight. That's when authorities deplaned and the man eventually arrested. A police source revealed the person is a concealed carry license holder, but charges still pending. City Council could take up a proposed earlier teen curfew after shootings during large gatherings have sparked debate. That proposal would ban teens and juveniles from being in the downtown Central Business District after 8 p.m., 2 hours earlier than the current law. That proposal gaining momentum after back-to-back shootings during teen gatherings in Streeterville last month. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins plans to introduce that earlier curfew at today's meeting. A CTA employee facing felony weapons charges after a deadly shootout near the UIC Halsted stop on the Blue Line over the weekend. Chicago police said 24-year-old Luther Hopkins III charged with one felony count of unlawful use of a weapon in the shootout that killed 61-year-old John Flemister. After a scuffle and tension, he pulled out a gun and shot. He was arrested later. News is a service of Low T Center. Men over 40, not feeling like yourself lately? No energy or motivation? Low T Center's testosterone therapy is the solution. This April, the consultation is free. Treatment covered by most major insurance. Find a clinic near you or get treated from home and get back to feeling your best today. Book now at lowtcenter.com. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Fox Valley Coins.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Taking a peek at the roads, an accident has 2 right lanes blocked on the Jane Addams eastbound after Beverly Road. Expect about a 5-minute delay there. Delays up to 25 minutes on the inbound Metro Union Pacific West line to the Ogilvie Transportation Center. Watch for about 10 to 15 minutes back up there. Slow traffic on the Bishop Ford inbound between 111th Street and Dan Ryan. On the Dan Ryan inbound between Cermak and Roosevelt, slow traffic there. Brake lights coming alive on the Eisenhower inbound between 17th and Harlem Avenue. About a 5-minute backup on Kennedy outbound between Ogden and Kimball Avenue, and slow traffic on the ramp to the inbound Dan Ryan on Stevenson, northbound between Ashland and the Dan Ryan Expressway. And again, the CTA Green Line suspended both east and westbound right there between Ashland and Harlem Lake due to that massive warehouse fire. Traffic is a service of Valdecast Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor. Visit Valdecast.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A mix of sunshine and some clouds today. High 53. Clear and cold tonight, low 40. Clouds and breezy. Afternoon shower tomorrow, the high 64. Clouds and sun. Afternoon thunderstorm for Friday. High Friday at 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Detroit and Chicago. I'm so excited to do another simulcast between the Detroit's Morning Answer and Chicago's Morning Answer with my good friend, Amy Jacobson.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, Amy. This has been fun and interesting, hasn't it? Going between two different cities and two different states and broadcasting.
We're all Americans.
Yeah, but trying to find stories that relate to both cities, and that's what I like about it. I love trying to find stories that can relate to both cities because, I mean, we're so close to each other as well.
Right.
But, I know you want to get into the
Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
El Salvadoran. But, Amy, Governor Whitmer was at the Detroit Economic Club yesterday.
Right. That's when she explained herself why she hid behind the binders or the two blue folders.
A couple of days ago, I should say. Now, I don't know if you heard her walkout song. Now, what I want to know, was she trolling or was somebody trolling her? And tell me if you catch the walkout song.
Okay. Please join me in a warm Detroit Economic Club welcome to Governor Whitmer.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, it is an economic club meeting.
I know, but watch what she says at the end.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was an interesting walkout song.
If you guys don't know what that walkout song was, that was Donald Trump's intro to The
Apprentice.
That's right.
Which was on for 13 seasons.
That's a long time.
Well, I know. That's why everybody knew who he was. He had wonderful name recognition because he was in our living rooms every Sunday night.
Yep, every Sunday night. You're fired. Yeah. And that's what he became known for in that show. You're fired. But I know you want to roll out this conversation about the El Salvadorian.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Yeah.
A reporter asked about Kilmar, the illegal gang member and alleged human trafficker.
Mm-hmm.
Not an American citizen.
No.
Not a Maryland citizen.
No.
He's back in El Salvador, where he is from. But he got deported last month along with 260 others, and he's sitting in that El Salvadorian prison. And guess who's going to visit him today?
Uh-oh. Sounds like some elected official.
The senator of Maryland, Van Hollen, which people joke around and call him Van Halen. And this is, do you know this guy, Senator
I know
Van
Senator
Hollen?
Van Hollen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why he's on his way right now to get the goods, to get the guy.
So you've got a Maryland man who's the father of 3, illegally detained in a notorious prison in El Salvador. I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the release of this individual who is illegally detained in El Salvador. It is absolutely unjust and illegal to have this Marylander detained one more day in a notorious prison in El Salvador.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us on that same line.
Amy, if you have a deportation ticket, does that mean you're illegally detained? And he's had this ticket since 2019 as far as to be deported out of this country?
Well, he has not shown up for 3 court appearances. His attorney said, you know that woman that you had babies with? You better marry her.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah.
But the Supreme Court made a ruling that they have to, quote unquote, facilitate his return.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit murky.
It is.
So the Democrats are claiming that the Trump administration is ignoring the Supreme Court ruling, which is false. And you had Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
This is from setting the record straight.
Yes.
So I want to correct, I hate to do it, Bill, but I got to correct you on every single thing that you said because it was all wrong. First, we won the Supreme Court case. Clearly, 9-0. A district court judge said unconscionably that the president and his administration have to go into El Salvador and extradite one of their citizens, an El Salvadorian citizen, so that would be kidnapping, that we have to kidnap an El Salvadorian citizen against the will of his government and fly him back to America, which would be an unimaginable act and an invasion of El Salvador's sovereignty. So we appealed to the Supreme Court, and it said clearly, no district court can compel the president to exercise his Article 2 foreign powers in any way whatsoever. DOJ called me after that Supreme Court ruling, and they said, this is amazing. We won this case 9-0. We are in excellent standing here. So this has been portrayed wrong for 72 hours in the media. They said the most a court could ever compel you to do would be to facilitate return, which would basically mean if El Salvador voluntarily sends him back, we wouldn't block him at the airport. We would put him back into ICE detention, and then he would be deported either back to El Salvador or somewhere else.
And that's what should happen.
Yeah.
Bring him back here and then deport him.
Well, the El Salvadorian president had this to say about the exact same thing.
Well, I'm supposed to be not suggesting that I'll smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
There it is.
How can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
You could release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the city.
Now, because I believe the word why he's using the word terrorist because Donald Trump labeled the game MS-13 as a foreign. Right, a terrorist organization.
Yeah, they've been deemed a terrorist organization.
Because you had a lot of people talking about, well, wow, they're not terrorists. Well, Donald Trump deemed those type of gangs and the cartels as terrorist organizations because he gets broader power to go after these people if they're deemed as a terrorist organization that will try to bring harm and go against the national security of America.
But Martin O'Malley, former governor of Maryland, he wants Trump charged with kidnapping. The left has lost their mind.
They have lost their mind.
I think the attorney generals play a really important role right now. I think it's only a matter of time before one of them figures out how to file state kidnapping charges against those that are abducting people who are in this country legally and sending them to this new concentration camp that Donald Trump laughs about having created in El Salvador. Attorney generals are going to play a critically important role in these days ahead fighting this fascist moment in American history.
Amy, why do you think Donald Trump is making a lot of these moves and using statute to do it? Because remember, the Supreme Court said if he's doing presidential actions, you can't come after him. You can't come after him from the state perspective to try to send Donald Trump to jail when he's performing his Article 2 powers. That's the reality of it.
Well,
this will never
they care
fly.
more about illegals than they do American citizens.
Yes.
The senator from Maryland going down to get an MS-13 gangbanger out to bring back to Maryland on the day after a gangbanger from the same gang, MS-13, was convicted of raping and murdering Rachel Marin, mother of 5, who was out for a jog. That makes me sick.
She's upset.
Pardon?
She has completely lost it because she's so frustrated that she sees the Democrat Party.
She's dead. What are you talking?
The mother.
Oh, the mom. Okay.
The mom is so frustrated as to what she's seeing play out as the Democrats continue to try to support this criminal.
Because that's what he is. Yeah, but he's not, according to late night television.
Yeah.
He's an American citizen,
No, he's
don't
not.
you know? Oh yeah.
We've been following the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
undocumented migrant from El Salvador, married an American woman, has a kid, living the American dream. Until the Trump administration sent him to an El Salvadorian mega prison.
When did he become a citizen?
He's not.
Yeah.
But that's what the mainstream
Because he
media,
got married to an American?
Yeah, he's still not a citizen.
No.
Oh, it goes on. Stephen Colbert, have you met Stephen Colbert?
Oh, yeah. I met him at the 2016 RNC convention.
So did I.
Yeah.
I think there's something wrong with him.
Yeah. He was a little chiller back then, though.
Yeah, he wasn't so political and so angry.
Yeah.
One of the inmates currently in that prison is a Maryland man legally working here in the United States, married to an American citizen with American children. His name is Kilmar Albrego Garcia, and he was kidnapped by ICE and rendered to the torture prison because what Trump's own lawyers have admitted was an administrative error. Trump's folks are trying to whoops-a-daisy a human rights violation. It's like when Hitler came out with "Mein bad."
I forget who said it, but there was somebody that actually laid out that part right there as it related to this El Salvadorian and his being a model citizen. I think it was Caroline Levitt who said that there was some disgruntled DOJ employee that purposely mixed up the paperwork to cause this kerfuffle.
Where is my camera?
Do you have that? I don't know if that's it.
All right.
Still going off the El Salvador questions. Yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia. Yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand. And it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me.
You know, I do think there is too much attention paid to this, Amy.
Well,
I think it's the media, the left. They're doing this to try to push Donald Trump off of his agenda. That's one of the reasons why I believe they're continuing to press down and push and push and push and push and push. I do.
Well, we had Palm Sunday the other day, and my church. Oh, God. They marched around to Ashland Avenue carrying... I don't even want to discuss this because it was so grotesque. I did not partake in it. But they had pictures, big banners of him and of others, of the Columbia student who's Kilmar. Another... Khalil. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Muhammad Khalil. Yeah, here it is. They had a picture, and they were marching. Hosanna, Hosanna,
Is this a church?
Save us.
You may need to find a new church.
Oh, I know. I've been hearing that for a long time.
It sounds like a cult.
Yeah, but I mean, so these people have risen in status, but the bottom line, they'd rather give terrorists the American dream than you, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
312-642-5600. Let's go to Glenn in Orlando.
What's up, Glenn? How you doing?
Good morning, everyone. You know, I just find it amazing how we can spend all this time worrying about non-citizens who are here illegally, and yet we have issues with crime in this country, issues with taxes, school system, quality of life, and the Democrats don't seem to care too much about that. So why would anybody vote Democrat ever again? Because clearly they don't care about the quality of life in the United States.
That's true. That is so true, Glenn. Thanks so much for the call.
Yeah, we got a text message. John and Amy, Rachel Marin is a Maryland mother who was actually a constituent to the senator who's trying to save him. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant from the same gang. We mentioned that. And now you're fighting to return one to the United States.
Yeah, sounds
Rachel's your real constituent, not the illegal.
Sounds like she should probably run against him.
Who?
Why not? Rachel's mother. Marin's
Yeah.
mother. Why not? Why not? I mean, I would. I definitely would. You know, Amy, did you see the news?
What?
Letitia James.
Oh.
Did you hear about it?
She's getting sued
for
mortgage fraud. Isn't that what we're dealing with?
That is so true. Check it out.
And now the Trump Justice Department may be a pain in her you-know-what. The Angle has obtained shocking allegations leveled by the Trump administration against New York Attorney General Letitia James. The Federal Housing Finance Agency has sent a criminal referral to the DOJ accusing James of mortgage fraud. In a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Director Bill Pulte says James appears to have falsified records in order to meet certain lending requirements and receive favorable loan terms. He cited a property in Virginia that she's allegedly claimed as her principal residence and a property in New York that she claimed as a 4-unit structure instead of the required, instead of a 5, which Pulte says means she was able to get a different type and more favorable loan.
Amy, didn't she go after President Trump and because of this exact same thing?
Oh, she sure did. Well, how it comes back to bite you in the arse, huh?
I mean, big time. I mean, because this whole thing and how they came after Trump, they came at him from all different type of angles.
Well, they tried to get him civilly,
and
criminally. Yeah.
And
nothing worked.
When you look at the as far as what Mar-a-Lago's, how much it costs, and things of that nature. When you look at Alvin Bragg, I mean, I would go after. I'm sorry, I would go after Bragg. I would go after Letitia James. I would go after Fonnie Willis.
Oh,
every
Fonnie
single
Willis,
person.
she's getting hurt. Oh, by the way, did you see Fonnie?
No, what happened?
Oh, on her BFF, her boyfriend.
Oh, at the airport.
They're not boyfriends, any boyfriend girlfriend. Yeah, they were at LAX.
Yeah,
canoodling.
Only the Democrats could do stuff like this and get away with it, and nothing happens to them. I mean, because what she did right here is the exact same thing that Donald Trump was accused of as it related to overvaluing his properties. How does that happen, Amy? And how not only how does that happen? How does it happen? And how does she? You think she's going to get away with this? I don't think so.
I don't know. I mean, it's a bold move by Trump to do this. But she did do it.
Does it appear?
I mean, you can't. That's mortgage fraud. You can't have claim that this is your principal residence and then claim that your house in Virginia is your principal residence because you're going to get caught.
Yeah.
Just like Fonnie and her lover boy got caught.
Where were they at?
Pardon?
Where were they?
They were
in the
LA.
airport, right?
Yeah,
they were in the airport.
So clearly they were on another vacation. I wonder if he paid her cash in advance. Because as she said on the witness stand, that she doesn't need a man to make her happy. And she doesn't need a man's money because her dad taught her that she makes her own money. Where's
that case in Georgia? Is it still up in the air? I know I interviewed Trevion Cootie, one of the 19, and nobody knows what's going to be the outcome of this case. Why hasn't that?
Everything's on hold.
Yeah, what's the disposition of the case? It should be thrown out, right here, right now.
It will be.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Trump's president now, too.
Yeah, but this is a state issue.
Yeah.
It's a state RICO indictment.
She's kind of stepped in it, if
she
you know what I
has.
mean.
And then she was replaced as the leading prosecutor for the case.
Yes.
So
we're in limbo. We're just waiting to see what happens. Everybody's just waiting to see what happens. Real quick, though, text message. People entered this country not case by case, but a judge wants everybody to leave and be removed on a case-to-case basis.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Do you understand the number, the how much that will cost to get that to happen?
Oh, I know. No, and the people that enter here illegally that get dates to go in front of a judge.
Yeah.
To claim that they're asylum seekers, that they're being persecuted in their homeland, only 10% show up. So it's a big hot mess.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Men, are you over 40? Are you struggling with low energy? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Hey, it's Dan Proft. I want to get you started today. Visit one of Low T Center's conveniently located clinics and get back to feeling your best. This April only, your consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you, and it's covered by most major insurance. Get treated at one of their centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Proft sent you when you do. That's lowtcenter.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. A brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
This year, Holy Week is the same week for Christians and Jews. Passover commemorates the great exodus of the Jews from Egypt. For Christians, Holy Week begins on Palm Sunday, April 13th, when Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem and crowds waved palm branches and cheered Hosanna, loosely, a praise of save now. Just 4 days later, on Holy Thursday, Jesus and his disciples took part in their last Passover together. This Last Supper is when Jesus was betrayed and falsely convicted. The next day, Good Friday, Jesus was hung on the cross and died. John 1:29, Behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But wait, the story doesn't end here. Jesus was buried in a tomb, and on the third day, he rose from the dead. That's what Easter and the Christian faith is all about. Read Isaiah 53 and John's full account of his good news, a read that will change your life forever. Fox Valley Coins will be closed on April 18th in remembrance of Good Friday. Happy Easter from Fox Valley Coins.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Thanks so much. Good morning. 36 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz, sitting in for Nikki Whaley in the Quick Delivery Service newsroom. Tensions rising between Harvard and the Trump administration. Now Columbia University in New York agreeing to implement policy changes to satisfy demands by the administration. The demands backed up by that threat of losing federal funding. Escalating trade war. China delivering the latest blow, reportedly halting deliveries of Boeing jets. Meantime, Chicago-based United cutting back on flights, offering a dual forecast, citing volatile economic climate. It's win or go home tonight for the Bulls in a play-in game. Tip-off tonight, 6:30. And still watching that West Side fire in the 5,000 block of Cicero Avenue. The CTA says no green line running between Ashland and Lake and Harlem and Lake due to that fire. No injuries reported. News, a service of Quick Delivery Service. Make Quick Delivery your personal ground crew anytime, anywhere, anyplace. When you need to move your shipment or freight, Quick Delivery will get it there. Get a quote in advance and eliminate any surprises at quickdelivery.com. Checking your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
When you need to talk about what's happening today.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
There's one place you can come to. The Sean Thompson Show.
Do it! Do it, I dare you. Do it!
Get in the conversation.
Everybody talks about that show. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Weekdays starting at 4.
This is easy.
I like his honesty and his frankness. Every day I listen to him, I learn.
He says what's on his mind. He's real.
Best person out there to listen to. We're combating people who prefer the lie.
He's Sean Thompson, only on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com. Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
All right, checking on traffic. We got issues on the Jane Addams eastbound after Beverly, an accident blocking 3 right lanes. It is stop and go with about a 40-minute delay in that area. It is stop and go on the Kennedy inbound between Nagel and Montrose Avenue. Also about a 10-minute backup on the Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Belmont. Slow traffic building on the Bishop Ford inbound between Stony Island Feeder and Dan Ryan Expressway. Slow on the Eisenhower inbound between Manheim and Des Plaines Avenue. About a 7-minute backup on the Kennedy outbound between Chicago Avenue and Kimball. Still got some major issues on the west side. Structure fire closing down Lake Street, both east and westbound between Cicero and Laramie. And the CTA Green Line suspended from that commercial building fire, both east and westbound between Ashland and Harlem and Lake. This report sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment. It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing is what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, under hood, and more. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends 5/4/25. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, a mix of clouds and sunshine. A high today, 53. Clear, cold night tonight, low 40. And then clouds and breezy tomorrow. Afternoon shower and high 64. Clouds and sun, afternoon thunderstorm on Friday. High Friday, 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome back to the Morning Answer with John and Amy. Amy, I really do love doing radio with you because one of the things about you, we can do radio, and it's not about competition, and it's not about who gets credit. It's about let's do a same team type of approach, and we have fun.
Yes, we do.
We laugh. People want to know why we laugh. I got a text message. Why y'all laughing so much?
Yeah, we had a case of the giggles at 5 o'clock this morning.
But they don't understand the back, some of the side stories that we say right before we come on or during the breaks. Amy, when you think about how the country feels about Elon Musk, how they feel about Donald Trump, how they feel about what some of the things that Doge is doing, a lot of people think that what Doge is doing is wrong, especially those on the left. They think Elon Musk is bad for the USA. And Senator Chuck Schumer actually said that.
Senator, what's your opinion of the violence against Tesla, their products? What are your thoughts on that? Do you denounce the violence against Tesla products and dealerships and cars in the streets?
I can't talk about Tesla, but Elon Musk is a disaster for America, and America knows it. Look at Wisconsin.
When you here's the question, Amy. How is Elon Musk bad for the country when you look at what he's trying to do, not getting paid to do it? Not the creator of Doge, because Howard Lutnick is actually the creator of Doge. He came up with the idea of doing Doge, and I want to know, how is Elon Musk bad for America? Joining us to discuss this, and I hope I'm saying his name right, because you and I are both butchers of names.
We're called the name assassinators.
Oh yeah,
John.
I have been. Tevi Troy, he's the author of The Power and the Money: The Epic Clashes Between Commanders-in-Chiefs and Titans of Energy. He's a senior fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center, a senior scholar at the Yeshiva University Strauss Center. He's also a former White House aide, and that's interesting. And Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Tevi, welcome to The Morning Answer.
Thanks for having me. You got it exactly right. And the amazing thing about that Schumer response is that he doesn't denounce the violence. I still can't get over that.
Right.
I know. No one has come forward. AOC, I mean, they've had plenty of time because they're doing this Fight Oligarchy tour. They've had plenty of opportunities to come out and say, hey, you know what, guys? Can you calm down? Or tone it down when it comes to keying Teslas, firebombing Tesla dealerships or charging stations? Because guess what? At some point in time, somebody's going to get hurt.
They are getting hurt. Oh, there have been reports of clashes of people actually fighting and things of that nature.
Oh,
and these people just
somebody would try to key my Tesla.
You did?
I would. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Why would you just stand by and let somebody do that? And I mean, it's the easiest thing in the world for Schumer to just say, I condemn violence, but maybe I don't like Elon Musk. And, I think it really does fit in. Thank you for that intro to my book, The Power of the Money, because these titans of industry, these CEOs of big, iconic companies have been in the forefront of our conversation on politics for over 150 years. That's what my book's about, these clashes between presidents and CEOs that have gone back all the way to John D. Rockefeller and Teddy Roosevelt. It's not a new thing in our country. Obviously, Elon Musk, there are differences in the Musk situation, but there's a lot of echoes in history with what's happening now.
Tevi, you've chronicled the complex relationships between presidents and industry leaders. How does Trump's confrontational approach compare to past presidents who've challenged corporate power?
Well, I mean, you think about Teddy Roosevelt, who I mentioned earlier. I mean, he reveled in taking on corporations. He created something called the Bureau of Corporations to take on the corporations. He went after people like J.P. Morgan and John D. Rockefeller, and he was excited about it. Another Roosevelt was Franklin Roosevelt, who was loathed by the big corporations. He said, they hate me, and I welcome their hatred. So, both presidents of the same name but different parties, and they've been willing they've been taking on corporate interests and have real concerns about corporations. So it's not a new thing in American politics.
Well, let's go back to Elon Musk, though, because he used to be a Democrat. He used to be the climate czar. Like, he's going to save us from fossil fuels with these electric cars. And now he's changed teams. And I think that that's hard for a lot of Democrats to process. And especially what I keep hearing from the left is we didn't vote for him to be president. We voted for Harris, but they're saying that, I don't think Republicans voted for Elon Musk to be president.
Well, yeah, and he's not president. I mean, let's just take one issue. If he were president, he would have done the tariffs, as he's made very clear. So, I mean, he is focused on one area, And this is an area of an agreement with him and Trump. They don't always agree, and they didn't always agree. Back in the first term, Musk was left one of Trump's advisory boards because he didn't like what Trump was doing on climate change, for example. So there have been disagreements with Trump and Musk, and I don't think that the Trump presidency is at all the Musk presidency. But you're right that Musk himself has changed, and it's not just because he's gotten closer to Trump, but I think the Biden administration and the Democrats have also driven him away. I mean, Biden had that electric car summit at the White House and didn't invite Musk. It was an intentional slight. I mean, how could you do an electric car summit in this country and not have the guy who created Tesla?
Yeah.
Why did he do that?
What's that?
Biden not invite Musk. I remember that. That was such a slap in the face. Do you any inside information on why Elon Musk was ostracized from that meeting?
Yeah, I mean, the Biden folks didn't like him. He was moving in this more free speech direction. He denounces the woke mind virus. He buys X, which happened after that, by the way. But yeah, I mean, there was a sense that Elon Musk was becoming more libertarian and less in line with the Democrats' views on things.
You know, according to the USTR report, U.S. tariffs collected on Chinese imports surged from $12.3 billion in 2017 to over $74 billion by 2020. Have you seen any modern president in history implement a more aggressive economic weapon against a rival superpower? So-called superpower, I should say.
I mean, we obviously had strong sanctions against the Soviet Union, but the difference with the Soviet Union and the China situation is that we weren't actively trying to integrate Russia into our economy while they were our implacable enemy. What happened with China was we said, we're going to integrate China's economic system with our economic system, and China is going to liberalize, and then everyone's going to be happy. And it didn't work. So now what Trump is doing, and Biden also kept the China tariffs, what we're recognizing is that China is not a friend of the U.S. or the West in general, and we're trying to separate after 20-plus years of trying to integrate, and it's hard and painful.
Well, President Xi and President Trump have to sit down and talk at some point in time. Who's going to call each other first here?
Yeah, that's a really good question because face saving is really important in the Chinese culture, but Trump is all about face. And so I don't really know how they manage that, but I think there's a lot of people around the world who will benefit from them finally sitting down and having that conversation. So somebody's going to have to either blink or they're going to have to come up with some face-saving compromise that allows both of them to come to the table without appearing to bend the knee.
Well, President Trump, yesterday or 2 days ago, he said, when asked about tariffs, he says, I'm flexible. I don't change my mind. And then he posted on Truth Social, nobody is getting off the hook, just moving to a different tariff bucket. Does that sound like a form of concessions there? Or concession?
Well, I mean, Trump has this combination of clarity and vagueness. Mm-hmm. When he speaks, you know what he's saying, but he avoids saying certain things so as not to get caught by them. So it's a very strange way of talking that actually lets voters know what he's saying. They know what he's talking about, but he doesn't actually get into the details. And I think that is an attempt, I guess, to give him some wiggle room.
Yeah. You know, during your tenure at HHS, you worked on the National Preparedness Plan for, I believe it was the avian flu pandemic. When you look at what's happening in China, guys, I interviewed someone from China on Detroit's Morning Answer last week, and he talked about the H5N1 that China's basically hiding now. Are we ready should another bioweapon hit the American shores? Are we prepared for this next wave? Should it come?
I mean, it's a great question. It's hard to know until you see what the strain is. I think we had more prep done by the U.S. government on flu in general than we did on coronavirus, which is something I wrote about in my 2016 book on Presidents and Disasters, that we were thinking about flu and we knew what to do with it. You could make adjustments based on the strain, but we didn't know what to do with coronaviruses, and that was made horrifically manifest starting in 2019, 2020. But if it's if it is, as you suggest, a bioweapon that is engineered in a way to defeat our countermeasures, that could be a real problem.
Yeah. When you look at, you said what I deem as a bioweapon. When you look at Rand Paul and how he's gone after Dr. Fauci, and how he lied about so many different things as it related to gain of function research and things of that nature, and the source of where it came from, the Wuhan lab. when you look at during that time in Trump's first administration, Trump was getting ready to put tariffs on China, and then all of a sudden this happens. Do you understand how these conspiracy theories are birthed because of when you see actions like this? Do you believe it was a bioweapon, or was it just something that naturally occurred?
I think neither, actually. I think it was a lab leak from that Wuhan lab. I'm not sure China was planning to release it at that time, but the fact that they were developing it is itself a problem. And then with respect to avian flu, I think there are some strains out there that are not biogenetically engineered, but that are also a problem. This is one of the reasons egg prices have been so high recently. So there's a number of things going on. I don't think we've had a bioweapon situation in terms of intentional release at this point. But I do think that China is doing nefarious planning, and some of that nefarious planning got out of control with the coronavirus of a couple of years ago.
Such as what? Like, what was the most egregious part?
Well, I mean, the whole gain of function, they were working on something that could circumvent our best countermeasures, and it leaked out because they don't have the best biosecurity measures, and I think that's what happened, and a lot of people died, and the whole economy ground to a halt. It was a big mess.
And our kids are so far behind socially and academically because of that, because schools, here in Chicago, schools were shut down for 78 weeks before we were able to get back in. But how do you think President Trump handled COVID?
I think the biggest accomplishment of the first Trump administration was the development of the vaccine in terms of Operation Warp Speed. Mm-hmm. And it's a little weird that he stopped taking credit for it once there became complicated vaccine politics on the right. But I think that was a very positive step. But I do think that Fauci and the shut it all down folks had too much power in the first go-round, and I think that had, as you said, devastating effects on our schools and on our economy. So, we need to do better next time.
Yeah. Tevi, when you look at Donald Trump's inauguration, you saw all of the big tech guys there. When you look at the growing influence of tech companies and their leaders in political matters, what challenges and considerations should policymakers address to ensure a balance between innovation and accountability?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, these companies, their job is not accountability. Their job is the innovation part. The U.S. government, I guess, is in charge of the accountability. And that's actually the story of my book, The Power of the Money, which is about how these companies are constantly trying to do new things and dominate markets. And the U.S. government is often trying to catch up by building new regulations to counter them. But if you look at all the regulations building upon each other, we now have a regulatory regime that is so intense and so overwhelming that every company needs to have its first focus be on Washington and what Washington can do to the company.
Yeah.
So a lot of these regulations came from a good place to say, how can we rein in out of control innovation or potentially dangerous innovation? But when you add them all together, the overall effect is potentially stifling.
Now, the new Health and Human Services, JFK Jr., spoke at a cabinet meeting last week. I just want to hear what he had to say and get your reaction.
And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now the autism rates have gone from now most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, 1 in 20, so they're going up again from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going at your direction. We are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Margo? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great.
Now, I know this is a very controversial topic if vaccines create or cause autism, but it is jarring if it was 1 in 10,000 and now it's 1 in every 31 kids are diagnosed or confirmed that they have autism.
Yeah, look, it's obviously a very complex thing, and it is a horrific statistic. Notice that RFK Jr. did not say that it was shots that was causing it. Trump was the only one who mentioned the shots. I think it's overly ambitious for RFK Jr. to say we're going to know the definitive answer to this question that is vexed scientists by September. But I do think it's important that we're looking into it because I do want to know. I mean, everyone who's of a certain generation has said we didn't have autism all over the place 50 years ago, and now it seems like every family knows someone that has it. So I want to know the answer. I just don't know that we'll be able to find it.
My niece is autistic, but is it possible that people are getting misdiagnosed? Like maybe they have something else, or could that be a part of it?
Diagnosis is an issue. I think this is something that is much more frequently diagnosed now than it was. But still, from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 31 seems like a really big jump.
Tevi, if it's
just be a diagnosis issue.
If it's not the vaccines, could it be some of the stuff that we're putting in our food? And
you mean the red dyes and all the processed foods?
Right.
Look at all the cereal, the junk cereal.
Could it be that?
Kids. My goodness.
Well, and that also, some of the food we eat could be responsible for the pre-diabetes, which is another thing that RFK Jr. mentioned there. But I don't think we have developed the definitive answers, and science takes some time. So I just don't know that we can have the answer. It's now almost May, and we're going to be doing this in September. I'd love to know the answer, but I don't know if we'll have it on that time frame.
Well, I got one last question for you. When you look at some of the public disputes between Elon and Peter Navarro, I want to play this audio for you, and then I have a question for you. I'd love to get your take.
First of all, Elon and I are great. It's not an issue.
Even though he called you a moron and dumber than a sack of bricks?
I've been called worse. Everything's fine with Elon. And look, Elon's doing a very good job with his team with waste, fraud, and abuse. That's a tremendous contribution to America. And no man doing that kind of thing should be subject to having his cars firebombed by crazies.
When you look at this openly criticizing key administration figures, how might such public disputes between influential private individuals and government officials impact policy formation and public perception? Formulation and public perception.
I'm so glad you asked that question because my last book was called Fight House, about infighting in the White House. And I think people have this misperception that just because somebody's fighting in the White House means they're implacable enemies and they can never talk to each other. It happens all the time. People leak against each other, or people come up with funny nicknames against someone else, like Musk called Navarro Peter Retardo. So that happens all the time, and they still have working relationships. These people are in meetings together all day into the late hours of the night. Yeah, sometimes they fight, sometimes they clash, sometimes they leak about one another, but it doesn't necessarily mean they don't talk and they don't ever work together.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, because Amy feels like that the administration is all over the place as it relates to their messaging on tariffs. I think it's organized chaos. I think it's purposely done. What are your take on that, Tevi?
Well, I don't know how organized it is, but yeah, I mean, there's clearly different views in the administration on this issue, and it's being expressed sometimes through leaks and sometimes through nicknames. But they could be completely aligned on other issues, like Navarro and Musk seem to be aligned on what Doge is doing. And so in an administration, you're with people who are aligned with you, maybe 70% of the time. And on those 30% of the issues, those are usually the toughest and most complex issues. And it makes sense that there's disagreement, because if they were easy, they would have been solved long before they got to the White House.
That is so true. Tevi, Troy, we got to leave it there. He's the author of the book, The Power and the Money, the epic clashes between commanders-in-chief and titans of industry. Go out and get his books wherever they are sold. I believe his Twitter handle is Tevi Troy.
Tevi Troy. I'm following you right now.
I just followed him.
So did I.
Tevi Troy, thank you so much for joining us on The Morning Answer. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks so much. Love to come again sometime.
All right, let's do it.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Men, are you over 40? Are you struggling with low energy? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Hey, it's Dan Proft. I want to get you started today. Visit one of Low T Center's conveniently located clinics and get back to feeling your best. This April only, your consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you, and it's covered by most major insurance. Get treated at one of their centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Proft sent you when you do. That's lowtcenter.com.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Croscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Croscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Croscom.
Call Croscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Croscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Croscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Croscom.
Croscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Croscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CroscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Cancel vacations, all hands on deck. I'm Chris Foster of Fox News. A federal judge in Maryland scolds the Trump administration for doing nothing to get a deported Maryland man out of prison and returned from El Salvador, telling Justice Department attorneys to clear their schedule for a 2-week inquiry in the case.
U.S. District Judge Paula Zinis ordered a process of discovery to get to the government's reasons for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation. Attorney Rina Gandhi says it starts with questions they'll submit today.
And then the government has a week to respond. Essentially, within 2 weeks, we should, in theory, be done with discovery.
Gandhi points to a U.S. Supreme Court order to facilitate a release from custody And while the government has argued what facilitate means,
You can't ignore the next part of that sentence, and that's what the government has continued to try to do.
the government also claims it can't tell El Salvador where Abrego Garcia is to give him back. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Former President Biden, during a speech in Chicago, accuses President Trump of planning to wreck Social Security with staff and benefit cuts to rob it for billionaires and big corporations' tax cuts.
Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise.
The speech of the annual Advocates, Counselors, and Representatives for the Disabled Conference, a post on the Trump administration's official Social Security account on X says the former president's lying. A medic is reported killed, 9 people wounded in an Israeli airstrike hitting a field hospital gate in Gaza.
A spokesperson for Hamas says contact with the group holding Israeli-American citizen Eden Alexander was lost after an Israeli airstrike. This comes as Hamas rejected an Egyptian ceasefire proposal to bring the war to an end. Reportedly, the proposal would have required Hamas to put down their weapons.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Great Britain Supreme Court rules transgender women are not legally women under the country's 2010 Equality Act. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 36 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in for Nikki Whaley in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. A chilly start, but sunshine today, 52 for much of the area. 2 students shot in separate shootings on the south side in less than 24 hours. 1 is dead. The first incident near Chicago Vocational High School. Police say the teen was standing in the 2000 block of East 87th Street when a van pulled up and someone inside shot him. He's in fair condition. The second shooting happening just after 8 o'clock last night. A Morgan Park High School student was killed near campus. He's been identified as 18-year-old Trayvon Winfield and was just weeks away from prom and graduation. Police say a man approached him and fired shots. He was taken to Roseland Hospital in a car riddled with bullets. Fire crews still battling that massive commercial building fire on the west side on Cicero near Lake and Laverne this morning. That fire suspending the CTA Green Line in the area. Chicago Fire still on the scene, putting out hot spots. The building said to be empty, but again, major fire affecting traffic at an abandoned building, Lake Street, east of 294, west of Laverne. We'll keep tracking the story. Firefighters looking into several garage fires in the Lincoln Park area. About 6 fires reported overall, some involving cars and garages. No injuries reported in any of those fires, and all were caught in time to prevent major damage. Arson investigators are looking into that. Check your pockets for a winning lotto ticket. Someone who bought Lucky Day lotto tickets are $700,000 richer today. That ticket bought for the midday drawing last Friday at the Shell gas station on West North Avenue in Old Town. The winner has yet to step forward, but they have about a year to claim the prize. The gas station also gets a bonus of $7,000 for selling that ticket. News is a service of Low T Center. Men over 40, not feeling like yourself lately? No energy or motivation? Low T Center's testosterone therapy is the solution. This April, the consultation is free. Treatment covered by most major insurance. Find a clinic near you or get treated from home and get back to feeling your best today. Book now at lowtcenter.com. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Level 10 Coatings.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Do you remember when you were a kid
and you fantasize that your bicycle was a motorcycle. Maybe you even put baseball cards in the spokes to make it sound like a motorcycle, but it really wasn't a motorcycle. Sometimes things just aren't what you want them to be. Like, let's take your retirement, for instance. Sometimes it looks like the numbers are getting to a pretty high amount. Might be $500,000, maybe $1 million, maybe more. But did you factor in all of the things like inflation, taxes, unpredictable market activities, things that make the numbers not appear what they are, security in your retirement? Does it make you worry sometimes when you see market activity or you hear contradictory evidence of inflation numbers or what taxes will be on retirement? If these things make you worry, get nervous, even wonder if you have enough, well, then it's time to call Tom Fortino and the people of Alpha Wealth Group for a complimentary discovery meeting. And you can do that today. Simply call 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
All right, we got some issues on the roads this morning. An accident on the Jane Addams eastbound after Beverly. That's stop and go, and it will set you back about 30 minutes. An accident blocking the right lane from Randall Road still. Heavy delays, Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Division. Also, Kennedy outbound between Monroe and Montrose, about a 25-minute delay there. On the Eisenhower inbound between Wolf Road and Sacramento, about a 25-minute delay there. An accident in Villa Park at Ardmore at 64 North Avenue. That's about a 30-minute ride there. Slow traffic inbound on the Dan Ryan between Cermak and Roosevelt. Also slow traffic on I-55 northbound between 126 and Joliet Road. And an accident just cleared in Elk Grove Village, Elmhurst, north of Landmeyer. This report sponsored by ExpressPros.com. It's time to bring people back into the hiring process. If posting jobs online and screening applicants is failing, turn to the experts, Express Employment Professionals. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. Express blends tech with local support. That's ExpressPros.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A mix of sunshine and some clouds today. High 53. Clear and cold tonight, low 40. Clouds and breezy. Afternoon shower tomorrow, the high 64. Clouds and sun. Afternoon thunderstorm for Friday. High Friday at 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Detroit and Chicago.
D-Town.
Sitting in with my good friend Amy Jacobson as we simulcast in both 92.7 AM 1400 and 560 The Answer Chicago. I'm happy.
Front and center.
Amy, I don't know if you caught President Donald Trump executive order on Washington, D.C., and making it safe. Did you catch that?
He has signed 111 executive orders and counting.
Yeah.
So, no, but I'd love to hear about it. Maybe we can have it in Detroit and Chicago, too.
Well, that's part of the reason why we brought our next guest on. I want you to hear what Donald Trump had to say about D.C. in this executive order.
Breaking news from the White House. President Trump just signed a new executive order targeting the district. The order establishing a new group called the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force. The group will work with federal agencies to make several changes to the district, among them making sure immigration law is enforced, cracking down on crime on the metro, boosting the presence of law enforcement. The president also wants the task force to restore monuments and get rid of graffiti. Right now, our Josh Rosenthal is digging through this order. We'll have much more coming up at 10 and 11. But again, President Trump signing a major executive order impacting the district.
Well, joining us to discuss this executive order is Tim Rice. He's the deputy managing editor at Daily Wire. Tim, welcome to the Morning Answer. I keep wanting to say Detroit's Morning Answer.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You know, Tim, in your article on the Daily Caller, the Daily Wire, forgive me, isn't Trump's move fast and break things style exactly what D.C. needed, especially after years of soft on crime policies and bureaucratic inaction?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. So the funny thing about this piece is it's actually a one-year follow-up to a piece that I wrote last April, looking back at 2023, which was the worst year for crime in D.C. in more than a decade. We had homicides, carjackings, pretty much like robberies, any crime you can imagine was up in 2023. So this really got people talking. And even, the residents of Washington, D.C., who tend to support soft on crime policies, even they were starting to get angry because this is their home. This was affecting their day-to-day life. And at the end of that article, I said, what we really need is just something to cut through all of the gridlock and all of the decades of inaction and mixed motives and all the things that have sort of stopped D.C. from addressing this problem in the way that other cities have done. And, I kind of left it open-ended, saying, who knows if that'll ever happen, right? Like, things never get done in Washington. And then a year later, here comes Trump just sort of swinging in and saying, we're going to do it. And here's this executive order, as you guys mentioned, one of hundreds. So, I mean, it's certainly a really exciting moment for us here in the district to see what becomes of this plan.
Critics are whining about Trump's he's violating D.C.'s home rule. But when a city becomes a crime-ridden mess, doesn't the federal government have a duty to intervene and restore order, especially in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. And the president actually said, or maybe it was the White House in the fact sheet that accompanied the order, they keep saying Washington is the only city in America that belongs to all Americans. Right. So home rule, obviously, there's a place for that, local governance. You can have that debate. I don't necessarily want to have that debate. That's a whole other story. But, it's exactly what you said. It is the nation's capital. Yes, there are residents here, but it's all of our city. These monuments, they mean something to the whole country. Right. I mean, and beyond the symbolic importance. Right. Just think about how many thousands of school kids come here on trips every year. How many families come on summer vacations. Right. So, like, it is both symbolically, politically, but also practically important for the federal government to make sure that, as the executive order says, the District of Columbia is both safe and beautiful.
But remember, it got so bad that then President Biden's granddaughter, with Secret Service protection, were they carjacked or what were they trying to do? Can you refresh our memories on that one?
Yeah, I believe it was an attempted carjacking of Naomi Biden and either her fiance or her husband. I can't remember if they were married at the time. I think those carjackers were foiled, but I believe it was Congressman Henry Cuellar from Texas carjacked. I mean, there was we had a young gentleman who worked for Senator Rand Paul was nearly fatally stabbed walking down the streets in D.C. Another guy who worked in the first Trump administration was shot in a carjacking. I mean, it's terrible. And, look, the crazy thing about Washington is that it's not that big of a city, right? So, I mean, I used to live in New York City, and you'd read stories about crime, and, I lived in Brooklyn. It happened in the Bronx. It might as well have happened in Detroit, right, or Chicago. Washington is not that big of a city, so you see these stories. You watch these news reports as someone who lives down here and you think, oh my gosh, I was just there, or that's where my friend works, or my wife and I had dinner there last weekend. So again, it is, I think when those really high profile incidents started happening, it really started catching people's attention because it's really hard to see these things happen in downtown Washington and not think, I could be the next one that this happens to.
You know what the irony or should we say accountability? Amy, you want to know what the name of the act is?
What?
The Bowser Act.
The Bowser?
Isn't it ironic that the act to rein in D.C. is named Bowser? I mean, when you look at this is the same mayor who let crime explode. Tim, is this poetic justice or a wake-up call for other Democrat-run cities?
Well, I certainly hope so. And, it's interesting because, I talk about in the piece, it's Trump and Elon Musk and the Silicon Valley move fast and break things approach. But really, this is actually one of the older tricks in the book. So, when you look at what Trump's saying, it's both cracking down on basic public order crimes, things like public intoxication, public urination, turnstile jumping in the metro. But it's also beautifying, right? Making sure cleaning homeless encampments from the parks to make sure that parks are usable and beautiful, making sure the monuments are maintained. This is broken windows policing. This is what New York City did in the 1990s, the twin approach of cracking down on, the idea that if you both crack down on very basic low order crime, you prevent crime from spiraling into things like homicides and carjackings and burglaries, but also that by just maintaining public order, by fixing broken windows, by cleaning up graffiti, by making parks beautiful, it's going to make people want to come to those areas. It's going to make people want to keep their eyes on those areas, right? I always talk about it, you're much less likely to mess up your bathroom or your kitchen if you've just cleaned it, right? If you've just cleaned your kitchen and you're cooking dinner, you're going to be really careful about where you put that spoon after you stir the sauce or what you do with your coffee cup, right? But if it's been a couple of weeks and the kitchen's dirty, maybe you just leave the dishes in the sink. Maybe you just set the spoon on the side of the stove, right? So, this is a very intuitive thing. We understand this in our personal lives. So I think, hopefully if Trump can make and his team can make it work in D.C., hopefully it reminds other Democrat-run cities that, this does work. This has worked. This is the reason why New York is the city it is today and not the city it was in the 80s. So yes, hopefully this can be a sort of a re-wake-up call, perhaps.
And Amy, Bowser stands for bringing oversight to Washington and safety to every resident. That's an epic troll on her administration.
Acronym of all acronyms. Yeah. All right, so we were blessed yesterday, or cursed, with former President Biden returning to the spotlight. He was an hour late, and I don't know if you heard this, but he walked out on stage and started talking while the music was playing. Take a listen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So good to be who deserve help and paid for most of it.
Kind of a rocky start, don't you think? It was so embarrassing that he didn't even realize that the music was blaring and he didn't have the wits to wait for it to die down before he started speaking.
Yeah.
It's exactly the Biden that we've all come to know and love. I thought that he looked a little happier than, towards the end of the campaign, but I also thought he looked older and more tired. It was interesting. I can't really for the life of me figure out why, who decided that this was a good time to bring him back out and why.
Well, he did, and he tried, here he is trying to go after President Trump.
Fewer than 100 days, this new administration has done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon. We can't go on like this as a divided nation, as divided as we are. Like I said, I've been doing this a long time. It's never been this divided. Granted, it's roughly 30%, but it's a 30% that has no heart.
30% that has no heart. What's your reaction to that?
Look, this is just, I don't know when Democrats will learn, but they just love trotting out. This is, baskets of deplorables, 30% that has no heart, domestic extremists. They just, when they're backed into a corner, when their approval ratings are plummeting, or really just when they can't think of what to say, they just go to demonize their political opponents. And look, politics is a nasty business. Certainly, the Republican Party has its fair share of politicians who will go out and talk smack about their opponents. But this is unfortunately just what we've come to expect from the Democratic Party.
Yeah. And who's their leader? They came out with a new poll yesterday that shows Cory Booker now in second place, right behind Kamala Harris, because of his 25-hour filibuster speech that he delivered on the Senate floor. But he doesn't seem to be the answer either. And is it an AOC? Is it Bernie Sanders?
So Cory Booker, who knows? I feel like he does one of these things every couple of years. Maybe I'll eat my words when he is the presidential nominee. But at this point, I've just sort of discounted Cory Booker because I feel like every once in a while he does a good publicity stunt and then he kind of recedes to the background.
He's a goofball.
The Bernie AOC tour is really interesting to me because you would think that of the two, they would be promoting AOC as kind of the emergent standard bearer, and this is maybe sort of a torch passing on the progressive left. But if you read the pieces, you read the headlines, and you have to imagine that these are pieces that are being written, with the Democratic Party buy-in. It's Bernie who they're, kind of touting as the leader. And I just read, I might get the numbers wrong, but he's going to be 89 years old I believe, at the time of the next presidential election. 89. And I mean, I don't remember how old AOC is, but I have to imagine she's past the 35-year-old threshold to be able to run for president. So I don't know what the Democratic Party has a backbench issue. I mean, you look at the congressional leadership, right? Until recently, it was Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, the other, I think I'm doing a Rick Perry here. I can't remember the third one. They have these really, really older. I mean, Joe Biden, a great example, right? They've done a bad job of building up their middle bench, which has plagued them in recent years. But now they do have these kind of emerging young guns like AOC, who emerged from the squad as the most publicly palatable one, right? Like Rashida Tlaib or Ayanna Pressley were never going to be the Democratic Party leader. They're a little bit too combative. They're a little bit too renegade to the left. AOC has proven that, like, she can charm the nation. She can play ball with the mainstream. She can do these tours with Bernie. Why they're not trying to make her the next Barack Obama, why they're not like really pushing Mayor Pete. Again, none of these are people that I would want to see in the White House necessarily, but why the party is trying Bernie for the third time in 2028, it absolutely makes no sense to me.
Well, I wanted to get your reaction to this too, because Nancy Pelosi has spoken, revealing why they pushed Biden out.
I haven't really talked about my comments to Joe Biden. Perhaps I will at some point, but I love him. I respect him. I respect his family and all the rest. But it was at a point where we had to win the election. And I think that's self-evident when we see the results of the election.
I mean, we all knew that was the case, but now she's actually saying it.
Yeah, well, and it's so funny, too, because we knew we had to win the election in, July of 2024? You didn't think about this throughout the entire presidency. And it's almost like, give me a break, Nancy, right? Like, this is in the same way that now we have, Jake Tapper and all these mainstream media reporters cashing in with their tell-all books about how, it was the worst-kept secret in Washington that, Biden was mentally unfit for office pretty much from the moment he took the oath in January 2021. Well, the rest of us were saying that the entire time. And you called us conspiracy theorists, and you called us liars, and you called us the heartless 30%, and you said we were making fun of his childhood stutter, and, just lied to our faces for 3.5 years. And then when push came to shove at the very last minute, you pulled this bait and switch. Not a single primary voter cast a vote for Kamala Harris. And now we're supposed to accept that Nancy Pelosi is some sort of grand statesman for doing the hard thing and pushing Joe Biden out at the last possible minute. The hard thing would have been standing up in 2020 and endorsing Kamala in that primary. Or the hard thing would have been standing up 1 year into Biden's first term and saying, Mr. President, for the good of the country, you need to announce now that you won't be seeking re-election in 2024. But I mean, it's just preposterous.
But, Tim, no, they thought the indictments would work. When they realized that the indictments would not work, that's when I personally believe the process to get Biden out started. I think it started well before Biden and Obama came, and Obama basically led him off the stage. I believe they started the process a lot sooner once they realized those indictments didn't work, because they really thought Trump being convicted of felonies would ruin him and end him, and then Biden would get back in there.
They wanted to put him in prison.
Yeah, they did. Of course they did. What are your thoughts about that as it relates to the indictments, the convictions not working?
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, it's 3 years ago, I probably would have said, this is maybe just like a little political tactic. It's probably going to blow over. But no, I think that Democrats have made it very clear that they're trying to get Donald Trump off the board however they can. And when they failed to do it electorally twice now, they're going to try to do it through lawfare, through the courts, through any of these things. But I mean, yeah, in terms of what things were like back at the beginning of the most recent election cycle, I mean, it's fascinating. Yeah. It's funny to think back, right? Like, Trump's not going to do the debates. There's no way he's going to win now. I mean, that's a laughable point, right? And I'm sure they actually believe that. Like, I can see why, right? No one's ever done that before. No one's ever won a presidential election for participating in 0 primary debates. But I mean, I think you're absolutely right that once they realized that all the things they thought were going to trip Trump up on his way to the nomination failed to do so, once they realized that once again he had defied the odds and proven that he's really capable of winning in ways and at levels that no other candidate from either party has ever been, I think you're absolutely right. That's when they said, okay, time to panic.
It was the craziest election cycle.
Yeah.
And to think that George Clooney writing an op-ed about Biden's cognitive abilities and lack thereof was the beginning of the end of Biden's reelection bid.
Tim Rice, we got to leave it right there. I would love to invite you back onto my Black and White radio show, because one of the things that I want to talk to you about is this task force being modeled in places like Chicago, Detroit, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and what kind of panic we will see from the progressive elite. I got to invite you back onto Black and White so that we can discuss this. That's a Saturday weekend show. I would love to have you on.
That sounds great. I'd love to join. Would be happy to talk.
All right. He's Tim Rice, Deputy Managing Editor at the Daily Wire. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-919-1441. 800-919-1441. 800-919-1441.
Living with chronic pain stinks. It's like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good, and forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis, pickleball. You're just trying to get by. Well, I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief you need. They've already, have treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments, folks, that help calm debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, without any downtime. So live a healthier life free of harmful meds. Curious if you're a candidate for these treatments? Well, no problem. The consultation's free with appointments on Saturdays. So call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics. The number's 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
This Easter, treat your family to a day they'll never forget with brunch at the Trump International Hotel and Tower, Chicago. Brunch reservations are available now for Easter Sunday, April 20th, with seatings from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Grand Ballroom. Experience an exquisite meal in a buffet style, feast at the decadent carving, crepes, and dessert stations. Enjoy family entertainment, complimentary beer and wine, and a visit from the Easter Bunny for memorable photos, plus an egg hunt and interactive train rides for the kids. There's no better place to celebrate Easter Sunday than as guests of Trump Chicago, where you'll find the most iconic views of the Chicago skyline. Brunch reservations are available now for Easter Sunday, April 20th, with seatings from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Grand Ballroom. Delight in this one-of-a-kind extravaganza. Make your reservations today by visiting eventbrite.com and search Easter Brunch, Trump Chicago. That's Eventbrite and search Easter Brunch, Trump Chicago, and order your tickets today. Once again, that's eventbrite.com and search Easter Brunch, Trump Chicago. Happy Easter.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning, 36 degrees in Chicago at AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in for Nikki Whaley in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Flags remain at half staff across Illinois for a Joliet soldier who died in Lithuania. His remains now back home. 25-year-old Sergeant Jose Dueñez Jr. was one of 4 killed in a military training exercise last month. City Council could tackle an earlier teen curfew proposal after shootings during large gatherings has sparked debate. This proposal gaining traction after back-to-back shootings during teen gatherings in Streeterville last month. Now, the proposal would ban teens and juveniles from being in the downtown central business district after 8 p.m. That's 2 hours earlier than the current law. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins plans to introduce the earlier curfew at today's meeting. It's win or go home tonight for the Bulls in a play-in game. Tip-off tonight, 6:30. And fire crews still on the scene on that West Side fire. The CTA says no green lines are running between Ashland and Lake and Harlem and Lake due to the fire. No injuries reported. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking traffic coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Spring is in the air, and that means it's time to check the starting lineup. Leading off for AM 560 every morning at 5, it's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson, followed at 9 by Mike Gallagher. Moving up in the lineup, it's Charlie Kirk, now heard at 11. Then at 2, it's 2 full hours of Hugh Hewitt, followed by Sean Thompson at 4, Seculo at 7, and rounding out the lineup, Larry Elder at 8. Top to bottom, the best lineup in Chicago radio is right here on AM 560. The Answer.
National security is at risk, and China controls most of the world's supply of antimony, a critical metal for military and defense technology. Military Metals Corp is taking action and securing a Western-controlled supply with projects in Europe and North America. Critical minerals are the backbone of modern defense. Now's the time to pay attention. The stock trades on the OTC under ticker MILIF. Call your broker today or go to www.militarymetalscorp.com to learn more.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
All right, traffic building on the Eisenhower inbound between Reagan Memorial Tollway and Sacramento Boulevard. About a 30-minute delay there. Brake lights coming alive on the Jane Addams Tollway from an earlier accident. That's eastbound after Beverly Road, about an 18-minute delay. 22-minute delay on the Kennedy outbound between Monroe and Montrose Avenue. It is stop and go on I-57 inbound between 123rd and 103rd. Traffic creeping up on the Bishop Ford inbound between Stony Island Feeder and Dan Ryan, and on the Dan Ryan inbound between Cermak and Roosevelt, about a 10-minute delay there. Also slow traffic on I-55 northbound between 126 and Joliet Road. Watch for brake lights on the Tri-State northbound tollway between Stevenson Expressway and Hinsdale Oasis. Traffic, a service of In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday morning at 7:30 on AM 560. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560 The Answer. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, a mix of clouds and sunshine. A high today, 53. Clear, cold night tonight, low 40. And then clouds and breezy tomorrow. Afternoon shower and high 64. Clouds and sun, afternoon thunderstorm on Friday. High Friday, 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Hey! Welcome back to the Morning Answer with John and Amy. Amy, do you know how much money federal employees owe the IRS?
Federal employees?
There's a number of federal employees that owe the government money, tax money. You know how much that money is? Take a guess.
$1 million.
$1.5 billion in taxes, 150,000 people across the federal government.
That haven't paid their taxes?
That have not paid their taxes. So, Senator Johnny Ernst created the Tax Dodger Act. Joining us to discuss this is John Hartley, what a great name, host of the Capitalism and Freedom in the 21st Century podcast at the Hoover Institution. He's also a senior fellow at the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity, and he's also an affiliate scholar at the Mercatus Institute. John, welcome to The Morning Answer.
Thanks so much for having me.
You know, John, when you look at reports indicating that nearly 150,000 federal employees owe over $1.5 billion in taxes, what systemic issues within the federal bureaucracy might contribute to such widespread noncompliance?
Well, it's a great question, and ultimately, it's all about accountability, and it's all about oversight. What this Audit the IRS Act that Senator Johnny Ernst from Iowa has introduced in the U.S. Senate is legislation that would actually require the IRS, for example, to probe its workers annually and fire every agent who actually isn't paying their tax bill, which seems like a totally reasonable thing to me. It's incredible that there isn't that kind of oversight going on as it is. And this all comes, on the back of these Inspector General findings and watchdog reports that come up with these numbers that you pointed out that current and former workers, especially at a place like the IRS, where these people are actually enforcing other people to pay taxes that they aren't paying. Some of them aren't paying taxes themselves is pretty outrageous.
Yeah.
So I think it's an oversight and accountability problem.
It's funny you mentioned the IRS. Thanks to the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, TICTA, as of May 2023, TICTA reported that 3,323 IRS employees had unpaid federal income taxes. Of these, 2,044 employees were not on any installment agreement, collectively owing over $12 million in back taxes. Then there's an additional 2,484 IRS contractor employees who were found to have unpaid taxes, with 1,700 of these not on a payment plan, collectively owing more than $17 million. Now, when you look at how they come after just ordinary, regular citizens, business owners who are trying to do the right thing, the Dodger Act is much needed at this time, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, if you think about, more broadly speaking, I mean, what's been going on with Doge, led by, Elon Musk, and I'm friends with a gentleman by the name of Sam Korkos, who's leading sort of the Doge efforts at the IRS. At the IRS, they've found, just how much of a mess it's become in terms of it taking 30 years to upgrade its systems. as well as other sort of getting rid of various wasteful government contracts. It's so. What's amazing about the whole DOGE process is that so many things are coming to light, and in terms of just government malfeasance, things that I would call borderline corruption in terms of the amount of contracts with friends and so forth that basically do nothing for the American people in terms of public service or public benefit. It's outrageous learning these things that, a lot of these things are in the courts and they've tried to end some of these contracts. And there's some questions, about what they can do to end them versus what they need Congress to do and so forth. But it's an incredible, project in government transparency, broadly speaking. And I think, it's outrageous and so, hypocritical that IRS agents are, shaking down people to pay their taxes when they aren't paying them themselves. But I think it's all part of the same problem, which is we don't, as outsiders, we don't know what's really going on inside the government. And DOGE has just given us a little window into what's going on inside the federal bureaucracy. And it's quite shocking when you learn these things.
Well, it's just, the classic rules for thee, but not for me. Mm-hmm. So what's going to happen to these employees? Don't you think, if you don't pay your taxes, you should not work for the federal government?
Yeah, I fully agree. And I mean, that's the whole idea of the Tax Dodger Act. And again, it would require the IRS to post its workers annually and fire any IRS agent that isn't paying their tax bills. I mean, one challenge is that it may be I think it's going to be very difficult to pass this bill. You think about Washington, D.C. bureaucracy. 95% of Washington, D.C. votes Democrat. The Democratic Party protects civil servants because they're largely all Democrats. And it's a shame that this problem exists. I think it's important that we have a government that works for the American people, not just for one party. But here we are, and so I don't think that this bill is going to pass very easily or anytime soon. But that's what it would require, I think, to be serious about this.
John, how dangerous is modern monetary theory, and why does it seem so seductive to the political class?
Oh, well, I think that's because it's a fairy tale, and sometimes people, I think, want to think that these things are true. But it's really been a problematic idea in the past 10 years, in that it is led to, I think, a lot of governments saying, what is modern monetary theory? It's this idea that you can, as long as you're issuing bonds or money in your own country's currency, then you can never default on it because you can always print money to pay it off. It's outrageous, and I think what we've learned, the idea that it wouldn't be inflationary somehow, it's outrageous, and I think at some level, inflation in the past few years or so has really debunked this whole idea, and it's very dangerous in the sense that people actually believed it, and people sort of used it to go to the government to spend more money, and look at what happened in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, and even the government went well beyond, particularly in the Biden administration, went well beyond what was needed as, I think, just sort of basic social insurance to replace lost wages during the pandemic, and they went way further, and the government spent so much money it partly contributed to all this inflation. You had all these supply chain issues too, but there's massive inflation. So I think MMT, for that reason, has kind of been debunked for for a long time. But it's unfortunate that it required this this full episode for the American people and people around the world to go through, for some people to learn that.
So what are your thoughts on Bitcoin and decentralized finance? Is that a libertarian pipe dream or the next big thing in economic freedom in your estimation?
It's a good question. Bitcoin has been something around for 10 years or so, and it's one of those things that I never thought would really take off. And had I put money in a Bitcoin 10 years ago,
me both.
I'd probably be a lot better off, right?
If we shared a Bitcoin, we would have been good.
Oh, yeah,
Doing
exactly. Oh, but, I think there are some challenges in terms of Bitcoin becoming a real kind of currency. It's not really a medium of exchange. 10 years ago, a lot of people have been saying for 10 years, everybody's been using Bitcoin to pay their bills, the groceries and so forth. That really hasn't happened. But one thing that has, I think, become is, it's become sort of like a pure sort of risk speculative asset. If you look at the things that it turned out to be correlated with, it actually turned out not to really be correlated with, like inflation print and things like that. So I don't think it's a great like inflation hedge. But what it is correlated with are things like stock, and it seems to move up and down with the stock market. So if you're looking for extremely volatile stock market, maybe that's the thing for you. Again, I don't think it's something that per se needs to be overly regulated. We are able to. I think the government is able to track these things. Ledger. One thing that's interesting about Ledger technology, it is some degree a trackable kind of technology. But yeah, no, I think it's an interesting sort of experiment in monetary economics, and it's still sort of playing out. But I think so far it's really just a sort of speculative, risky investment asset, and that's where it seems to be for now, at least.
Yeah.
What do you take on Trump's tariffs and his, standoff with China? He announced tariff exemptions last Friday, and he's sticking with them on computers, smartphones, semiconductors, and other devices. Who's going to budge first, President Xi or President Trump?
Oh, that's a great question. I wouldn't expect either of them to budge anytime soon. Certainly, where there has been a massive increase in tariffs and retaliation and so forth is between the U.S. and China. Since the Liberation Day, so-called Liberation Day announcement 2 weeks ago on April 2nd, what they did was, they put a 10% tariff on 180 countries. They were going to put a lot more on other countries, proportionate to their trade balance, and they put a 90-day pause on that starting Wednesday of last week, and that caused the market to have one of the biggest one-day rallies, and it's actually the ninth biggest one-day rally of all time. Of course, this is after the markets fell 20% or so, but it's interesting to see what's going to happen through these negotiations, and how quickly they can get them done. That's very important that they do so, I think, to bring back the markets. Also, there's some possibility that prices could be impacted. It could be a negative impact on prices, whether or not you're a soybean farmer, or you're a farmer somewhere, you're buying soybeans from abroad. You're just a regular a mom and pop, buying things at the grocery store. I mean, some of these things, could be changing, but the faster they get these deals done, I think that the faster the risk of that goes away. So we'll see what happens. But there's a lot of big things on the Trump administration's agenda for this year as well, including deregulation, tax cuts, the Tax and Jobs Act, renewing it. Very key to their economic policy program. And so making sure that they get that done to continue providing tax relief to Americans and making sure that government stays out of the way is super important that they do that while these tariff negotiations, which potentially could be disruptive, go on. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how quickly these tariff deals occur and to what degree they're able to stop putting on import tariffs across all these countries.
Yeah, but
we'll see what happens.
But do you think that 90 days could be a rolling date? I mean, he's moved the line in the sand several times so far.
Totally. I think that's quite a possibility if they think that there's enough progress. And I think, too, they've learned a lot in the past few weeks. I mean, there's been some pretty massive movements, not only in the stock market, but in the bond market and the U.S. Treasury market. And I think it was really moves in the U.S. Treasury market that caused that initial 90-day pause to occur to begin with. The 10-year yield was moving up very quickly. And And I think Secretary Bessent noticed this and saw this and implored the president to put a pause on the additional tariffs while these trade deals would be negotiated. So
Yeah.
I think, certainly possible. We'll see what happens.
And that's why we have 100+ countries now in negotiation with about this tariff issue. When I want to really quickly get into the free market versus central planning, especially as it relates to our monetary policy. Should Congress have more control over monetary policy, or should we be pushing for a return to some kind of rules-based system like a modified gold standard or nominal GDP targeting?
It's a great question. I think, the Fed is certainly not perfect as it is. I've been very critical of the Powell Fed. I think they should have raised interest rates much sooner in 2021 after after the initial inflation spike. They waited too long, and they made all sorts of arguments like things were transitory and so forth. Now, I don't think that necessarily going back to a gold standard is the right idea. I think you look at history and what sort of the gold standard did was, at some level, it sort of allowed for a lot of inflation and deflation across various parts of history. And so I think, it is good to be, rules-based. And I think that's kind of maybe what the Fed has gotten away from in recent years, following, this idea, that, if there is inflation, you raise interest rates. If there's a recession or some deflation, you lower interest rates. And you do it in a somewhat mechanical, it doesn't have to be, a mathematical formula precisely, but that you follow that, to some degree. And that's something that the Fed kind of failed to do in recent years. So I think getting back to that, I think will help keep inflation under control. I think if the Fed had started raising interest rates in 2021, in say October of 21, instead of when they ultimately started raising interest rates, which was in March of 2022, in October 2021 it was very clear that the inflation was broad-based. I think housing, it wasn't just used cars and all these stories that they were focusing on prior to that. But had they done that, I think inflation wouldn't have gotten out of control so much. But,
John, I think the whole world knows that Donald Trump doesn't like Powell. Let's say in the perfect world he steps down. When you look at the agenda that Donald Trump is trying to employ in as it relates to the American monetary policy, economic policies, who would be a good replacement for Powell in your view?
Well, there's a number of great people, I think, who would be terrific replacements for when Jay Powell's term ends in May of 2026, May of next year. It would be, I think, folks like, including my friend, Kevin Warsh, my colleague at the Hoover Institution, Chris Waller, who's currently on the Fed board, another friend of mine who's currently at the Fed on the Fed Board of Governors. I think both of them would be excellent choices. And I think both of them have very good odds of doing that. And, I think there's also some chance maybe that Secretary Scott Bessent becomes the next Fed chair as well. I think, I think all these people would do a great job. But those would be some of the names that I would be looking at.
There are two people you left off. Mr. Wonderful, Kevin Leary, and Ron Paul. Kevin O'Leary. And Ron Paul. He's probably too old.
They could be in there too.
No, Ron Paul, because I'm definitely for the abolishment of the Fed Reserve. I'm one of those guys. I think it's gotten in the way of too much economic progress for our country in so many ways. I mean, you look at some of the decisions that Jay Powell has made there, and going way back to, what's the guy's name who was there under Bush? What's the guy?
Bernanke.
Yes. And then prior to him, the guy that was there, who was there under George A.W. and I believe Clinton as well. I mean, they made a lot of questionable decisions, and I think it's affected us from their decision making then up until now, and it's forced our hand. And I think it's when you look at just basic economics, they made decisions that we're paying for now. John. Your thoughts about that?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think there have been a lot of mistakes. I think that you could argue that maybe rates were kept too low prior to this, global financial crisis, 2008, and rates were, I think, kept too low in recent years. With the early 2020s and inflation. So I think that there have been mistakes, but to say the least, I think the Fed needs a lot more humility and needs to be a lot less afraid to actually fight inflation and to avoid contributing to big asset bubbles like the housing bubble and bust that we saw in 2008. But I think at some level, I think interest rate targeting is probably the right thing to pursue. Again, when we had the gold standard and we weren't really, we didn't have per se like a rules-based monetary policy. FDR woke up one day, I think in the 1930s, and decided to basically change the gold convertibility rate and double the value of the gold stock overnight, and caused big inflation or a bit of inflation at that time, and maybe we needed a bit of inflation at that time. Yeah. But it's something that can get out of control very quickly.
So true.
Inflation, and so good that we keep it under control. I think interest rate targeting is the way to do that, but we should maybe be a bit more rules-based about it.
Well, John Hartley, we got to leave it there. I want to thank you for coming on The Morning Answer today. I really appreciate your thoughts and your forethoughts as to how we get this economy back together. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me. An honor to be on.
All right.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Set sail August 16th through the 23rd on the Patriots Alaska Cruise with me, Mike Gallagher, and our friends Larry Elder and Jennifer Horn, Joe Piscopo. Experience breathtaking glaciers, fjords, and wildlife, all while diving into critical discussions about America's future with hundreds of like-minded patriots on the ship. Cabins are going fast. Text TRAVEL to 94878 right now to secure your spot before it's too late. Just text the keyword TRAVEL to 94878 for the Patriots Alaska Cruise.
News News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
The United States versus the state of Maine. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Attorney General Pam Bondi announces a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education over the participation of transgender girls in school sports.
The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports. This is about sports. This is also about these young women's personal safety.
The suit seeks to prevent trans participation in the future and revoke titles won by those athletes. Maryland Senate Democrat Chris Van Hollen got on a flight this morning, hoping to check on Kilmar Abrego Garcia and fight for his return.
He announced he'd be flying to El Salvador to do a welfare check on the illegal alien who'd been living in Maryland until he was deported in what 3 government officials conceded was an administrative error, while the administration also maintains allegations this man has ties to MS-13.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. Trump borders our Tom Homan on Fox.
So we got rid of a dangerous person, an El Salvadoran national, was returned to the country of El Salvador, so he's home. We removed him from the United States. He's a public safety threat. That's exactly what should have happened.
Abrego Garcia is imprisoned and denies being in a gang. Iowa Senate Republican Chuck Grassley is confronted by constituents at a town hall demanding that he help bring that man home. And there was chaos, meantime, at a town hall event for House Republican Majority Taylor Greene.
The town hall in Cobb County, Georgia, was repeatedly disrupted Tuesday night by protesters, 2 of whom were subdued with stun guns and tased inside the Ackworth Community Center. And about a half dozen attendees were escorted out of the building. The congresswoman criticizing the protesters.
If you want to shout and chant, we will have you removed just like that man was thrown out. We will not tolerate it.
3 people were arrested, charged with disorderly conduct. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Retail sales up 1.4% last month. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Dan and Amy 24/7 newsroom. Fire crews still dealing with hot spots in 2 commercial building fires on the west side near Lake and Laverne this morning. 2 people were rescued, another dealt with smoke inhalation, but no major injuries to report. Over 100 firefighters called out on the scene at one point. That fire suspending the elevated CTA Green Line in that area. The cause of those fires still being investigated. 2 students shot in 2 separate shootings on the south side in less than 24 hours. One of them is dead. The first happened near Chicago Vocational High. Police say the teen was standing in the 2000 block of East 87th when a van pulled up alongside him and someone inside shot him. He's in fair condition. The second shooting, just after 8 p.m. last night, a Morgan Park High School student killed near campus. He's been identified as 18-year-old Trayvon Winfield and just weeks away from prom and graduation. Police say a man approached him and fired shots. Possible counterfeit Ozempic on the shelves. The FDA and the manufacturer Novo Nordisk are urging patients, doctors, and pharmacies to check their prescriptions. They're aware of several hundred units of Ozempic injection 1 milligram being distributed outside a supply chain. You can spot a fake based on serial numbers. The FDA is looking into these. It's win or go home tonight for the Bulls in a play-in game. Tip-off tonight 6:30 against the Heat at the United Center. The TSA looking into how a man boarded a flight with a gun at O'Hare on Tuesday. That happened after 1 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. Had operations delayed about 40 minutes for travelers. Security scanners picked up the gun image, but before TSA and Chicago PD could move in, the man reached in, got the bag, and headed for his gate. He eventually made it onto United flight, but that's when authorities had the passengers deplaned and the man arrested. Charges still pending. News, a service of Dan and Amy 24/7. You can now enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock all day, every day, including replays of Chicago's Morning Answer. Listen now at danandamy247.com. We're checking roads in 2 minutes, but now time for the AM 560 Business Beat, sponsored by Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Travelers says it's pleased to report a substantial profit for the start of the year, despite the devastating January California wildfires. Travelers is raising its dividend, repurchased 1.4 million shares of stock. Travelers' shares are flat. U.S. Bancorp is reporting an upbeat quarter. Trucking company J.B. Hunt says its earnings and revenue declined in the recent quarter from a year ago. Shares are down 6%. Heineken is standing by its forecast for the year, but is warning of a volatile backdrop involving consumers, tariff uncertainty, and the geopolitical backdrop. Heineken is a Dutch company. It says it's been able to raise prices and saw higher sales volumes. Heineken says it produces more than 95% of its products locally. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola. Invested in you.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Goldbridge Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Air Right Heating and Cooling. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago contains 23 natural ingredients that work synergistically to boost your immune system. Virago's natural ingredients also protect your heart, your brain, and your liver through its anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. Virago also promotes healthy gum health. So go to myvirago.com, that's myvirogo.com, and use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off. And remember, Maha starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Traffic is stacked up on the Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Chicago Avenue, about a 35-minute delay there. Also stacked Kennedy outbound between Division and Montrose, a 37-minute delay. DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound between 31st and Monroe, about a 10-minute delay. On the Dan Ryan local lanes inbound between Garfield and Roosevelt, about a 15-minute gap there. Eisenhower inbound, traffic stacked up between 25th and Damon. You're tapping the brakes. Eisenhower outbound between Independence and 1st Avenue, 30-minute delay in that area. An accident on the Reagan Memorial inbound at Route 53. Also an accident working Route 59 at Butterfield and Warrenville. Otherwise, typical slow spots on the Dan Ryan inbound between 57 Bishop Ford Merge on the DuSable Lakeshore southbound and the I-80 eastbound. Traffic, a service of In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday morning at 7:30 on AM 560. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on 560 The Answer. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
A mix of sunshine and some clouds today. High 53. Clear and cold tonight, low 40. Clouds and breezy. Afternoon shower tomorrow, the high 64. Clouds and sun. Afternoon thunderstorm for Friday. High Friday at 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. John Anthony in for Dan Proft. Thanks for coming in once again.
Thank you.
You and I were talking about this story yesterday, and I was out of my mind.
So much so.
Horrific crime. A 52-year-old Jose Luis Mendoza Gonzalez. He's been charged with concealing the death of Megan Boss, who had been missing for more than a month. She's an Antioch woman. He lives in Waukegan. And her body was found in a backyard container. So he's messing with the corpse, and there's all sorts of charges against him. But he's out on bond. Well, we don't have bond. He's out because of the Safety Act.
Wow.
So I had a number of questions, and I called the Waukegan Police Department. And, of course, Scott Chastain picked up the phone, and he joins us now live on our Turnkey.pro answer line. Good morning, Deputy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So tell us, how are you aware what led you to Jose Luis Mendoza Gonzalez?
So the family reported Megan missing from Antioch, Illinois, and they began their investigation. And through their investigation, they developed the lead that the last person they felt was in contact with her was him. So through some checking, they found that he had a job in Waukegan. They came here to speak with him, and then when they got there, they realized he didn't speak English, so they contacted us, which they had been contacting us a lot anyways because she frequented Waukegan a lot. And so we sent an officer over there who speaks Spanish, who was a former detective, who's one of our current canine officers, who has very good interview skills, and then he went and assisted him.
So so did he confess to the crime right there and then?
No, not necessarily, but he did. As they kept continuing to question him, he made a awkward statement that he didn't want to get arrested and go to jail right from his business, which then kind of, lights turn on, right? I mean, that's one of those where you're going to go somewhere important. So they moved the interview to the police department so he would be away from his coworkers, and so they'd have a little more privacy and they can get into more detail. As soon as he got to the station, he basically confessed to what happened.
And what did he tell you happened?
Wow.
So when he was talking to the officers, he had stated that, she had come over for a visit. She would visit from time to time with him. And while she was there, she asked if she could hang out in his basement. I believe it was late at night. He said, yeah, he went to go check on what he says was a leaky pipe or something. And when he came back downstairs, he had found she had overdosed and died. He said previously before that he saw her snorting some kind of substance. He wasn't sure what it was. He says he doesn't do drugs, so he didn't know. And then when he came down, he claimed that she had already overdosed and passed.
Wow.
And this is the grotesque part of it. How long was she in his basement before he decided to try and dispose of her body?
He says a few days, so anywhere from, 2 or 3 days.
And then what did he do?
So then they had a garbage can in the back of their yard that they weren't using. So it was empty. So then he had moved her into that can, and then and it's like a large residential, container. He moved her into the back of that, and then threw a blanket over her inside there, and then closed it.
Well, when you say they, was he living there with someone? Was he married?
No, I mean, I say they, it's people that live there. They had nothing to do with the incident itself, but from my understanding, there was 4 or 5 people that all share that residence.
And did all 4 or 5 of those people help take the body from the basement to the garbage can?
No. So according to all the witnesses, people that live there and him, that they knew nothing of it. He said he did it himself.
So the surprising and shocking part of this, well, first of all, there's a number of things that...
A lot.
He's a free man because
Right now,
we don't
yeah,
have the
pending
Safety
court.
Act. So what, I mean, does he have any priors? I cannot wrap my head around that you could take... why he didn't call police right away or 911 when he discovered her knocked out is one issue, but then he's out because of the Safety Act?
Right. So the offenses that he was charged with are all Class 4 felonies, which is the lower end of the felony spectrum, and none of them are detainable under the Act. So we did get him to go to first appearance court, and then, they did go in front of a judge. However, because they were non-detainable, they released him pending his next court date.
When's his next court date?
I believe it's May 8th.
But don't you think he might be a flight risk? I mean, because I'm hearing on social media and everywhere that he is here illegally. And do you know anything about that?
No. So with the Trust Act in Illinois, we don't get into anything that has to do with immigration. We're mandated not to. So that's something that we did not investigate or look into whatsoever because of that act. Otherwise, we put ourselves in trouble for doing that. So that's not something that we looked into. I couldn't tell you if that's true or not. I heard the rumor myself, but again, we have nothing on our end to substantiate that. And as far as criminal history, we had no criminal history for him on our end.
Because he might be.
Well, how long has he been a Waukegan resident?
That I'm not sure.
What were the actual charges that he was charged with again?
So he was charged with 2 counts of concealment of a death. I think one had to do with the actual concealment, and one had to do with actually moving the body, but it's under the same statute.
So
abuse
felony
of a
then.
Corpse. I'm sorry?
So that's a felony though, correct?
Class 4.
Yeah, they're all Class 4s.
Yeah.
There was a total of 4 counts: 2 concealment, 1 abuse of a corpse, and 1 obstructing justice.
So I take it it's still under investigation. You guys are still trying to get the murder charge. Is that what's happening going on right now? Are you guys at that part of the investigation?
Well, I'm not. Unless something comes back from the coroner's office that shows murder, there wouldn't necessarily be any murder charges. Preliminarily, what they discovered was there was nothing, no abuse or no trauma to the body that would suggest that it was some kind of homicide.
No chemicals. What was the tox report?
Yeah, that'll take a while to come back. So that's the thing we're waiting on to confirm the story of that. If something comes up weird or different in that, then the investigation would take a different turn.
I mean,
so the investigation's not closed or over. It's just kind of waiting on results from the autopsy stuff.
So there's no signs of trauma to the body, no strangulation, no bruising. She wasn't tied up.
No.
Did he show any remorse at all?
Yeah, according to investigators, he did. He did show remorse, showed, the confusion of what to do, scared.
Do you think maybe he didn't call police because he's here illegally?
Yeah.
I mean, that's always a possibility.
Well,
because he didn't want to be deported?
Yeah.
It's hard to say, like I said, if he did any kind of homework, he would know in Illinois that, that unfortunately is not usually the case unless ICE does their own independent investigations on people, right? So it's not something like local police would do, right, because of the act. But again, I don't know what his fear was. He said he was in fear of going to jail forever. So I'm not sure, maybe not having knowledge of how the law works or the crimes that are in front of you, an overdose death, typically, if someone truly overdosed at your house and you had nothing to do with the drug portion of it, there would be no.
That's Good Samaritan laws. That's Good Samaritan. I actually helped pass that law, the Good Samaritan law.
This is John Anthony, by the way. He's former police officer and former state.
Well, I actually think, Chief, did you ever teach at College of DuPage or PTI?
No, he did a training seminar for landlord stuff at DuPage before.
Okay, I think I probably was in one of your classes when I was an officer. But why destroy the phone? Have you guys looked on the phone to see if there's any pertinent information that could possibly relate to the case?
So the phone was thrown out initially 2 months ago, according to him. So there's virtually no way to recover that. And so, the only thing we could do is get phone records, which I believe Antioch has.
She was
trying to see. So I would say he probably destroyed the phone, just thinking that they wouldn't be able to find her through her phone.
Yeah. Does she have cloud? I mean, did she have any cloud access where you can look through her computers? That maybe her phone was connected to the computer through cloud access or anything like that?
I'm not sure. I wasn't privy to that part of the investigation. But I know they did an extensive workup on that. So I'm sure if she had it, they have it.
Yeah.
Isn't this? I mean, I don't know how many years have you been in law enforcement?
40 years.
Me, 32.
Okay. Isn't this frustrating for you that somebody could hide a body in their basement and then put them in a garbage can and a blanket over it and is a free person? Or can you not?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we would definitely, if it were up to us, we would have asked for him to be held at least to the first or second court date to see, what's going on, where we're at. Also to get some of this stuff back from the lab to determine if charges are going to be upgraded or not. So it would be nice, in a typical case like this, I think, we would have seek for him to be held. But because it's not detainable, it wasn't an option for us.
Hey, Chief, I'm curious, where was the state's attorney on? What was the state's attorney's position on this?
They just follow what the guidelines are, I didn't get his personal thoughts. I would know that, again, I'm sure they're just as disgusted by this as everybody else. Unfortunately, based on what the state legislator's done, that they have to abide by it themselves. So, I wouldn't want to speak for them, but I'm sure they're probably just as frustrated.
Well, Chief, your reputation precedes you. I just want to. I think I really do want to let people know. You've been. I know who you are. You've been one hell of an officer, and I hear a lot of great things about your leadership. So please continue to do what you're doing, and protect those guys that are serving in Waukegan.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, ICE, before we were a sanctuary state, what was your relationship with them, and what was the protocol?
Well, at one point years ago, we were actually deputized through the federal system, and we did the, I don't know if you remember, the 287G, I believe it was called. And, we had an active role in that. And that's going back probably 10, 15 years. So we would help them in instances where, if they wanted to go pick up a violent offender. When I was in the gang unit, we would go out with ICE agents and pick up violent offenders and do deportation and detainers. I think our department would hold people on detainers until they could bring them to court. So we did have an active role, but again, that was quite a while ago.
Chief, that's how I know you, the no-knock warrant guy, the gang officer who used to come down and teach. What's his name? Is he still working? He was a detective, I believe, that worked in Waukegan. Who?
Capilouti?
Yes, Capilouti. Is he still working, or is he retired?
He retired, yeah. He's still teaching his class, though. As the gang combat dynamics class.
Yes, love that guy.
Yep.
Sorry, I just.
Oh no,
just
that's okay. All right, well, we'll stay on top of this. I just, I mean, I have a foster son who did not get out because of the Safety Act. He had a bond, and then the Safety Act went in place, and they denied him. And this guy holds a woman in his basement for 3 days, and then allegedly puts her in a garbage can in the backyard. Well, he confessed to it. I mean, this is clown world that we're living in, and I am I feel physically ill.
Yeah,
that he is a free man, and he's probably thinking in his head like, America's the best place in the world. Yeah. That's conjecture on my part, but
Chief, what's the likelihood of a conviction in this case?
Well, I think it's 100%. I mean, he confessed on video. He admitted to everything he did. All the evidence supports what he did. I think there should be no reason he'd be convicted in the crimes that are in front of him.
But
how much jail
he's going to spend time in jail, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm just
how much jail time you think he's going to get? Sentencing.
Well, they're all Class 4 felonies. I believe they're all probationable. It would be up to a judge, right? I mean, it depends if they give him a plea agreement, or if he goes to trial, then they would have a sentencing hearing. You could bring in the family members at a sentencing hearing and implore the judge to, issue more time. So, ultimately the sentencing's up to the state's attorney's office and the judges. It starts with the state's attorney on a plea deal if it goes that route. And then if it goes to trial, then it becomes the judge's issue through a sentencing hearing. So I would hope that he would get the maximum sentence that he could based on the crime he committed.
What about Megan Boss, the victim? All we know is she was 37 years old and was reported missing by family members. Have they reacted at all to this?
Yeah, I mean, their family's devastated. It's obviously their loved one, and they had a close relationship from my understanding. Even though she would travel from different places, she was always in contact. She wouldn't go more than a few days without talking to her family. And so, I believe they had a real tight family connection. So they're definitely going to be devastated over this.
I mean, he put that family through hell because he was scared.
Yeah.
I don't care. I have zero remorse for that guy. So, all right, Chief, Deputy Chief, we're going to have to leave it there. Scott Chastain, any relation to Jessica Chastain?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll stay on top of this. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Men, are you over 40? Are you struggling with low energy? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Hey, it's Dan Proft. I want to get you started today. Visit one of Low T Center's conveniently located clinics and get back to feeling your best. This April only, your consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you, and it's covered by most major insurance. Get treated at one of their centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Proft sent you when you do. That's lowtcenter.com.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just one day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today or call 855-510-2628.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at talking to some doctors, but I need to potentially have surgery. And I decided, hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt like, hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
The fight against abortion in Illinois has never been more important than it is right now. Thanks to our elected officials, Illinois has become an abortion tourism destination. The number of abortions in our state continues to grow, despite the fact that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion clinics almost 3-to-1. Now, thanks to a new effort by Caring Network, it's possible to reach abortion-minded women to provide peace of mind and security to help them choose life. This new Reach Her First initiative seeks to provide women with the assurance and information they need before they choose an abortion. abortion, but Caring Network needs your help to reach women who are considering abortion. For a one-time gift of just $150, you can help reach 5 women and help them choose life. That's all it takes to prevent an abortion. To make that gift, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. The Justice Department this morning filing a civil enforcement action lawsuit against the state of Maine, challenging the state's policy for transgender athletes competing in women's sports. Now, the DOJ says the move comes after repeated warnings and violating Title IX. Much of the fire out after a massive commercial fire on the west side. At one point, over 100 firefighters on scene. No major injuries, but one person had smoke inhalation issues. The cause still unknown. The CTA Green Line shut down between Ashland and Lake and Harlem and Lake. City Council could address a proposed earlier teen curfew after shootings during large gatherings, sparking debate. The proposal would ban teens and juveniles from being in the downtown Central Business District after 8 p.m., 2 hours earlier than current law. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get that smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Check out the roads coming up next in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
When you need to talk about what's happening today,
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
there's one place you can come to. The Sean Thompson Show.
Do it! Do it, I dare you. Do it!
Get in the conversation.
Everybody talks about that show. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Weekdays starting at 4.
This is easy.
I like his honesty and his frankness. Every day I listen to him, I learn.
He says what's on his mind. He's real.
Best person out there to listen to. We're combating people who prefer the lie.
He's Sean Thompson, only on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, folks. I just can't help thinking of our stress levels. And high blood pressure is the #1 key risk factor for mortality. In fact, 1 in 2 Americans walking around have high blood pressure. That's a ticking time bomb. But thankfully, it's never been easier to take control of your blood pressure. With 120 Life, a truly remarkable natural juice blend that can actually help you lower your blood pressure without the side effects of taking pills every day. 120 Life is formulated with scientifically backed ingredients from superfruits, berries, and minerals that have been shown to naturally help control high blood pressure. And it works. It's endorsed by 600 health professionals. And I assure you, that's not fake news. I use it myself. I love it. You can try it for yourself risk-free with their 2-week trial. Just go to 120 Life and use the coupon code LIBERTY to save 15% and receive free shipping. If 120 Life doesn't help lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they give you your money back. It's guaranteed. Go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com. Go to 120life.com today.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly
Terry,
chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com.
The testimony was alarming for Meta's reputation, but more importantly, for America. Last week, a whistleblower who once served as Facebook's director of global public policy spoke before Congress. She said that Meta, which used to be Facebook, had worked with the Chinese Communist Party to develop censorship tools and offer access to information on Americans. According to the whistleblower, Meta also created and tested a custom censorship system for China when the company was trying to break into the Chinese market. It even allegedly promoted services to help that country, quote, increase global influence and promote the China dream, unquote. Expect Mark Zuckerberg, Meta CEO, to be called before Congress, as he should. If the whistleblower's claims are true, he has a lot to answer for. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Good morning, 41 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. Traffic is backed up on the Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Chicago, a 45-minute delay there. If you're Kennedy outbound between Division and Montrose, about a 30-minute delay there. 17 minutes running behind on the Tri-State Tollway, northbound between Sibley Road and Cicero Avenue. About a 43-minute delay right now on the Eisenhower inbound between 17th and Ashland, and about 20 minutes behind on Eisenhower outbound between Independence and Reagan Memorial Tollway. Disabled truck blocking the right shoulder at I-80 eastbound at Calumet Avenue. On the DeSable Lakeshore Drive northbound, about a 10-minute delay between 31st and Monroe Street. Tapping the brakes on the Stevenson inbound between Harlem and Kedzie, and stop and go on the Tri-State southbound between 95th and Cicero. This report sponsored by Rocket. Rocket giving every home one address, rocket.com. A single, seamless homeownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof. Visit rocket.com, the new home for all things homeownership. Rocket, own the dream. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check out your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, a mix of clouds and sunshine. A high today, 53. Clear, cold night tonight, low 40. And then clouds and breezy tomorrow. Afternoon shower and a high 64. Clouds and sun, afternoon thunderstorm on Friday. High Friday, 78. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. John Anthony in for Dan Croft.
Hey.
And you're not going to be here tomorrow with us.
No. I'll be back in doing Detroit's Morning Answer.
All right. And then you get Good Friday off.
I get Good Friday off.
Thank goodness. Because you work 6 days a week.
Yes.
You're hard at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I appreciate about
2 hours a day and then 3 hours on Saturday, 4 to 7 p.m.
Oh, my. Do you have a partner on Saturdays? Oh, no.
No, I do all of it by myself.
Okay.
All 6 days.
Well, a lot of people are wondering, could it happen here? We're talking about what's going on in Colorado with a bill that if you misgender your child could be taken away.
Misgender your kid in Colorado and you might not ever see they, them, or again. State Democrats just advanced a bill that would allow courts to take away your kids if you misgender them. So if Tommy wants to be Tammy and you call him son, Democrats might take your kid at gunpoint like he's Elian Gonzalez.
With more on this, let's welcome to the program, I believe first time, Chris Richardson. He is a Republican Colorado state representative for District 56. Do you know which one that is? No, we'll find out.
I do not.
No. Good morning, State Rep. How are you?
I am doing well, Amy. Greetings from the once great state of Colorado. That intro you gave on the bill was dead on accurate. Things are going just a little bit crazy here, and it's incredibly disappointing.
Well, who authored this bill and why? Obviously, it was a Democrat, but, you know.
Yes, two of our most progressive, liberal, leftist Democrats authored it. It was not authored by our one transgender representative, but certainly well supported by, but just incredibly disappointing. I heard in the intro, I represent the central eastern plains of Colorado. Very, very conservative minded folks, definitely people that want to be left alone and just, work their farms and ranches, feed the cities, take care of their families, take care of their communities, and they don't want government interfering with parenting, and this strikes right at the heart of that. It sets up the courts to be weaponized against parents, and that's just absolutely wrong.
Well, where does it stand right now?
So currently, and I think because of all the national attention that it's received, it stalled. It passed through the House very rapidly. We were limited under what's called Rule 14 in Colorado to 2 hours of debate on a tremendously substantial issue. I mean, that leaves a little less than 2 minutes for each representative to kind of state their case on average. And then that was a Friday. They brought us in on a Sunday. We had argued 2 other bills that were actually related to public funding of abortion. And then they ruled 16, which is just cuts off debate. The measure was announced, and we moved directly to vote with no more conversation on third reading. And from there, it's gone over to the Senate. It was assigned to the Judiciary Committee there, but it has not been scheduled. And I do believe that's because of really the national and negative attention that this bill has received.
Representative, I'm actually a former representative in the state of Illinois, and I'm sure Illinois, New York, and California are probably a little jealous of you guys, because this is normally where legislation like this begins. It begins in these very progressive and leftist states, because I just don't understand it. But so this bill defines misgendering as coercive control, but isn't there a danger in allowing emotional offense to be weaponized into legal punishment? Should hurt feelings override constitutional rights?
Absolutely not. And sir, thank you for your service. Actually, if other states are jealous of this bill, they could absolutely have it. We don't here. But it steps on First Amendment rights. It steps on parenting. You're right. There is no freedom from offense defined in our Constitution. These are incredibly delicate and personal problems when families are dealing with it. These may be things that parents are struggling just to understand, to kind of chart a course and work with their child on, and to be able to, especially in perhaps a child custody issue, we see things weaponized against one parent against another that should never be, and this just brings it to a whole new level.
Rep, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
It is your show, please.
but I'm seeing a Trojan horse with this bill, because could this bill really be less about protecting people and more about creating a legal precedent to insert state ideology into every private home, courtroom, and school? I'm seeing a Trojan horse here.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing that very clearly. Maybe distance gives you a better perspective on this, because
we're from Illinois, so we know this type of stuff.
Yeah, and as you said, we've here in Colorado over the last decade or so. You had mentioned the state of California. We've had quite a few transplants move in. That's fine. Colorado's always been a welcoming place, but they're bringing the ideas that led to the ruin that they're fleeing in other states, and they're bringing it here. They're trying to remold Colorado into something it has never been, and they're using the power of government and the power of a majority to do so, and it's just so absolutely wrong. The number of calls, emails that I've received on this is tremendous, both from within my district, from outside of the district, from outside of the state. People see what's going on here, and it's absolutely wrong. This comes on the heels of some other unfortunate instances where the state has gone after Masterpiece Cakes, a baker who just has some sincere beliefs in what he will and what he will not apply his artistry to. That was he was stomped all over within the state, and at the Supreme Court, the state was reversed, and yet we seem to be doubling down on issues like this in the state, much to the concern of I believe the majority of the citizens. The state house. This is an interesting state house, in that over a quarter of the representatives actually were initially not brought in by election, but appointment by small vacancy committees,
Really?
and that tends to, for whether people resigning, moving to vacant Senate seats, etc. We're in a position now where small groups of the most activist political folks have selected a fair portion of the folks that serve here.
So I was reading about this trans rights bill, and it would also require insurance companies to cover hormone therapy, eyelid surgery, facial skin tightening, chin surgery, facial implants, lip augmentation. Oh, I'm not done. Breast augmentation, rhinoplasty, which is a nose job, and permanent hair removal. So I grew up knowing and considering those surgeries I just named as elective surgery.
Elective if you are not now part of a special class that's trying to be designed, but you're absolutely right. These are primarily elective surgeries, ones that in most cases would not be covered by insurance. And perhaps most disturbingly, even during the short debate we had offered amendments to ensure that detransitioning surgeries were covered as well, and that was flatly refused. So this is definitely a one-way street in the majority's mind.
So-
There is absolutely no consideration that somebody confused or concerned or having other issues might realize that they've taken a long path and want to go back to the person that they were, and that's not acceptable for the majority.
Wow. What's God, this is baffling. What the genesis of this bill? Who, what organization was it? Was it an outfit in Colorado or some organization outside of Colorado that wanted this bill introduced?
I wish I could tell you, sir, but I hadn't dug into that. When faced with the bill, that was the getting into the meat of it was what concerned me most. I know that during the hearings that were held in committee prior to, there was absolutely no input from family organizations. In fact, when one of my colleagues asked if there had been any stakeholdering done, any consultation done with folks that actually were not supportive, and one of the colleagues on the other side said flatly that would be like running a civil rights legislation past the KKK.
Wow. Did I hear you say that there was floor debate on this bill? Or just
very little? Yes, very little.
They called the previous question?
Yeah, they what we call in Colorado Rule 14, limiting of debate. There were four very hefty bills, two related to abortion rights, two to transgender. They limited 2 hours of debate on each of those.
The reason why I posed that question is, was there any debate on the floor about this becoming weaponized in child custody cases? Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that point was raised repeatedly, and that was probably the heart of what we tried to address during the scant 2 hours that we had. I mean, there's other pieces of it that are bad, but this stepping into the relationship between a parent and a child by the state was one of the biggest issues. In fact, when asked about it, one of the sponsors said that this may or may not, this is just a tool that's being provided. It can be considered. It may or may not be ever used by a judge in a decision. That was what was stated. The bill itself says that this must be considered. It will be considered. So you've added it to a laundry list of things that everybody in this world, regardless of their ideology, would recognize as child abuse.
Yeah.
Now we've added calling your child by the name you gave them at birth.
Now, I don't know how you guys do it in Colorado, but did you guys look to see if there were any fiscal notes on the bill to see what it will cost? Was there any cost analysis done on the bill? What was the legislative intent? Was that explained in the floor debate as well?
It was addressed primarily. One, this bill, the 1312, the misgendering coercive control bill, had no fiscal note. It was simply opening up considerations and things that must be looked at in court. The insurance bill definitely did, because that would hit right at what we provide in terms of state funding for Medicaid and those that are on any state-funded insurance program. And the cost is tremendous in a year when we were going into a budget looking at a $1.2 billion shortfall. So there's certainly priorities at play here.
How long ago was Colorado red? I can't remember.
Bush?
14 years ago was I believe the last time the House had a Republican majority. This last election, we started to turn the corner. We had dwindled from in a body of 65. We had held the majority 14 years ago. We had gotten down to 19 individuals. We picked up 3 seats.
The last president was Bush.
Last November. So we're hoping that's the beginning of a tide that's turning. We just hope that the damage isn't too great. But
all right. Well, thank you so. Oh yeah. Did you want?
I got one more question.
Sure.
When you look at the political ideology as a protected class, are we turning gender identity into a political ideology enforced by law? If so, who's next in line to be censored or criminalized?
I do believe that's the direction that we're heading in. And I'm sorry you broke up a little bit at the end of your question, sir.
Yeah, I said if we're turning this political ideology to be enforced by law, who's next in line to be censored or criminalized? Is it conservatives? Is it Republicans? Who's next? And where do you stop this? What's the wall that's put up to say enough is enough?
Yeah, well, I think right now those with a conservative mind, those that conservative and or libertarian mindset, truly feel like we're in the crosshairs. But I think the end state, if we go down this road, is truly government control of thought, regardless of the party that brought it or the ideology. We are slowly but picking up steam, moving more and more control into the hands of the government and less in the people and less freedom. And I think that we are taking steps towards tyranny, and that's not a word I use lightly.
No.
Exactly.
All right, State Rep Chris Richardson from the 56th District in Colorado, House of Representatives. Thank you so much for joining us. And we will definitely be keeping an eye on this trans rights bill that is percolating in Colorado. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you
for helping get the word out about what's going on here in Colorado.
All right. Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
This year, Holy Week is the same week for Christians and Jews. Passover commemorates the great exodus of the Jews from Egypt. For Christians, Holy Week begins on Palm Sunday, April 13th, when Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem and crowds waved palm branches and cheered Hosanna, loosely, a praise of save now. Just 4 days later, on Holy Thursday, Jesus and his disciples took part in their last Passover together. This Last Supper is when Jesus was betrayed and falsely convicted. The next day, Good Friday, Jesus was hung on the cross and died. John 1:29, Behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But wait, the story doesn't end here. Jesus was buried in a tomb, and on the third day, he rose from the dead. That's what Easter and the Christian faith is all about. Read Isaiah 53 and John's full account of his good news, a read that will change your life forever. Fox Valley Coins will be closed on April 18th in remembrance of Good Friday. Happy Easter from Fox Valley Coins.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right, we were talking about Kamala Harris earlier because somebody asked, where is she?
Yeah.
She didn't go anywhere.
130 countries have responded, and we're negotiating with them.
I thought that was going to be her. But, yeah, she's still around making bloopers every time she opens her mouth.
Yes, she is.
That's for sure.
What has become is become of the becoming of the became. Something like that.
Is that even a thing?
Well, in her world.
Yes. All right. So as we speak, we mentioned this earlier. U.S. Senator from Maryland, Van Hollen, not Van Halen, is on his way to El Salvador. He didn't offer any comments about Rachel Murren's killer being found guilty, and he's going to be spending the rest of his life in jail, not eligible for the death penalty, which is so sad, too bad. But yeah, and President Trump spoke with Rachel Campos Duffy. He did an interview with Telemundo.
Oh, yeah.
Shacamundo. But no, she tried to tell him what, make America great in Spanish. But here he is about the decision about this illegal who everybody's trying so hard to get back into this country.
As you know, the Supreme Court, after we get out all of the fake news from CNN and all these other people, we won that case 9-0. Mm-hmm. And basically, that's really a decision that will be made by the government of El Salvador, because that's where, I assume that's the one you're talking about.
Yes, he's from El Salvador.
Staying there, and he's from El Salvador. So that's a decision up to El Salvador. Okay. But it's interesting because we won that decision 9-0 in the Supreme Court. And if you listen to the news, you wouldn't know that.
Right.
You would really have no idea.
Fair enough.
So it's up to El Salvador.
Okay.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't know if he's going to come back with the goods.
Yeah.
Or not, but shame on him for even going. That's just another example of the Democrats putting illegals before American citizens.
You know that clip you played early on Stephen Miller? In that same clip, he actually said there is no way that even if they did somehow facilitated this guy coming back here, he would still then be sent back to El Salvador or a place that he probably wouldn't want to be sent to.
Well, because he's El Salvadorian.
Yes.
He's not a they were calling him a Marylander.
Yeah.
Making up some name.
Yeah.
You're from Maryland. And he's not from Maryland, and he's not an American citizen.
He lives in Maryland, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's got a wife and 3 kids, but his attorney told him to get married because it'll look better. That was after they had the 3 kids. So
beat the system, right?
Yeah. So who's on your show tomorrow? Anything you want to promote?
You know, I wish you'd have let me know that a few minutes ago. I know I'm going to be talking to a guy who works through the HBCUs. He's I think he works for the Heritage Foundation as well. I'm trying to get to it, but I don't think I'll have time.
All right. Well, we have a surprise guest tomorrow, so you want to stay tuned. I'm not going to give out names, but
why not?
Because people are going to. No, because it's called a tease, John. We like to tease things here.
Come on.
Today we're going to have some sunshine. It's going to be still a little chilly, a high of just 55 degrees. Thanks to everyone. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Punishing the Pine Tree State. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Maine is being sued by the Trump administration for refusing to ban transgender students from school sports, arguing there's nothing against it in federal discrimination law.
This is an issue the Justice Department has been focused on since President Trump signed that executive order in February to ban biological men from playing in female sports, especially when federal funding comes into play. This all deals with Title IX of the Education Amendments Act from 1972. Maine is the target right now, but Bondi says that other states may be in play as well. Maine receives federal funds. Several different federal agencies found that Maine is in violation of Title IX by allowing men to play in women's sports.
Fox's David Spunt. Trans women are not legally women is the unanimous ruling today from Great Britain's Supreme Court. President Trump says he'll be participating in tariff and trade negotiations today at the White House with representatives from Japan. The state of California is suing President Trump over new import tariffs meant to boost U.S. manufacturing and revenue.
The challenge, announced by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom and the state's attorney general, is asking a court to block the tariffs, accusing the president of overstepping his authority and threatening trade in a state with the world's 5th largest economy, also wreaking chaos on California families, businesses, and the economy.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Former President Biden's condemning federal staff and spending cuts under the Trump administration.
Fewer than 100 days, this new administration has done so much damage and so much destruction.
He spoke about protecting Social Security at a conference of disability advocates in Chicago. 2 service members, reportedly Marines, deployed to the southern border, are killed. A third badly hurt in a civilian vehicle accident in New Mexico, just over the state line from Texas. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 43 degrees in Chicago at 9:02 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. A chilly start, but sunny today in 53. A man now charged with 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon into O'Hare Airport, a misdemeanor. It happened after lunchtime in Terminal 1 Tuesday. Security screening caught the gun, but before he could be detained by CPD, the man took the bag, got to his gate. He was eventually arrested. He's identified as a 53-year-old man from St. Charles. 2 workers made it out this morning from a massive commercial building fire on the west side. The CTA green lines were affected, but now back open with some minor delays. Over 100 firefighters on the scene at one point, according to ABC 7. Some kind of incident sparked that fire. Those employees tried to put it out, but called 911. No major injuries other than smoke inhalation issues. A teen arrested after a crash involving 3 vehicles sent one of them into a vacant building. This happened on West 79th Street. That 19-year-old driving an SUV that ran a red light, hitting 2 other cars and ended up in the building. He's now in custody with minor injuries. 2 others ran away. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com.